Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The May 2nd, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. Now, we make this announcement just out of caution. There's no reason to believe that we're ever going to have to use it, and hopefully we won't. But if alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits. And once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. As I said, no reason to expect that to happen, but we have to do this just as a potential precaution. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Laverne Sinyo Sasaki, Minister Emeritus of Buddhist Churches of America, Pure Land School of Mahayana Buddhism. After the invocation, please remain standing while the Southern Nevada Multi-Agency Color Guard presents the colors and for the pledge.
First of all, excuse me for my laryngitis. I would like to start with a blessing, a Buddhist blessing of the City Council, the City of Las Vegas, with a Buddhist meditation ringing. May the City Council and the City of Las Vegas be guided with wisdom and compassion. Thank you, Mayor Goodman. I thank the City Council for this recognition of diversity through the Asian and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month celebration. As religion for all cultures is an integral foundation for its greatness, permit me to share with you my Buddhist interpretation of what religion means to me. In Buddhism, though never called Buddhism in Buddhism, religion is not religion in the Western sense. It is called a way or path to true enlightenment by removing man's illusion or ignorance. It is also defined as a way to joy, the removal of suffering originating from illusion or ignorance. The way is described as the 84,000 ways to enlightenment. This is a figurative or symbolical expression, meaning that there are infinite ways to reach this goal of enlightenment, because the spiritual needs of seekers are also infinite and varied. The way is found not only in the common way of a temple, church, book, or teacher, but it can also be found in the least expected places, time, or situation, such as in a stroll in a garden, fishing in a peaceful stream, the sounds of nature, or a reflective mind of an inmate in prison. In other words, the way can be discovered anywhere and everywhere. The way, as interpreted in Buddhism, is possible for all living beings, not just for human beings, but also for animal and plant life, so that we can all be one with peace, wisdom, and compassion. Through personal peace, a family can be in peace. Through family peace, a community can be in peace. Through community peace, the world can be in peace. I will close with a very brief expression in Japanese. It is essentially what I have said in English, an expression of gratitude to the Buddha. このラスベガス市3次会会議において、世界の各文化、宗教を尊重されていることに対して心より感謝申し上げます。世界平和の理想、実現の一歩は、お互いの文化、思想、宗教を認め、尊重することにより、真の世界平和が生まれてくると深く信じます。ナムアミダ仏、ナムアミダ仏、ナムアミダ仏。Thank you.
Set, out! Present. Out. Over, march.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order! Under guard! All ready! Yes!
morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for the first item, Councilman Wolfson will recognize the May Citizens of the Month. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Good morning to you all. Today I have the privilege to honor an outstanding couple in our community, not one individual, but a couple, as the City of Las Vegas May Citizens of the Month. I have had a theme in the selection of previous Citizens of the Month, and that is that one person can make a difference. This time is no different. It's easy to sit back and criticize a broken system and speculate about what would make it better. However, it takes a special type of person, in this case, two people, to step up and make a difference. Jenny and Willem, would you please join me at the podium? Jenny and Willem Venter, congratulations. You are our Citizens of the Month for May 2007. Congratulations. Now let me tell you a little bit about these folks. Jenny and Willem have made a difference to children in the foster care system, a system that is frequently viewed in a negative light. Last fall, the Ventners wanted to do something for children in the foster care system by hosting a fishing tournament. As residents of the lakes, Jenny and Willem thought it would be great to host the tournament on their beautiful lake, which is full of fish. They partnered with Child Focus to reach out to a local foster children to participate. And by the way, Jenny and Willem didn't realize until about 30 seconds ago that they were being honored today, so if they seem a little nervous, that's why. Child Focus is an organization that, among other things, strives to educate the community about the importance of keeping siblings together in foster care whenever possible. The fishing tournament at the lakes was one of their get-togethers that allowed siblings in foster care who are not placed in the same home to spend quality time together in a relaxed and fun atmosphere. The Bass Pro Shops generally donated fishing poles, several prizes, giveaways for the kids, several fishing pros to be on site to fish with the kids. Jenny and Willem also secured donations of food, drinks, and gift certificates valued at approximately $1,000. They raised almost $5,000 for Child Focus. The money raised, however, was secondary to the fact that the event reunited 30 local foster children with their siblings who were placed in separate foster homes. They were expecting about 50 children, but the skies really opened up that day with a terrible thunderstorm that kept some of the kids at home. Fortunately, the children started to arrive, the rain stopped, and the sun began to shine. Since this event, which they hope to make an annual affair, the Ventners have continued their involvement with Child Focus in many other ways, including donating gift baskets for fundraising raffles and participation in the Step Up program, which helps older foster children become self-sufficient as they leave the foster care system. Jenny and Willem employed one of the Step Up program participants to work part-time for their business. They were inspired by his work ethic, positive attitude, and general outlook on life, especially considering the fact that he had been in foster care since he was 13 years old. As a side, Jenny and Willem adopted a little girl, Parker. And Parker, you're in the audience, aren't you? Adopted a little girl, Parker, from Child Haven. They brought her into their family and showed her what it means to have love, hope, and security. To this little girl, these two people have made all the difference in the world. Parker was 3 when she was adopted and is now 8 years old. They also have another child, Duncan, who's also here today, and Jenny's mom, Kay Keene, is in the audience. Is that you taking pictures? That's what moms do. Jenny and Willem are a great example of how two people can really make a difference, and it's my honor today to honor them as the City of Las Vegas May 2007 Citizens of the Month. So let's hear it for them. Congratulations. Now I'm going to leave it up to you guys as to Who wants to say a few words? Jenny's going like this to Willem.
I never would have thought this would happen in a million years. But anyway, we really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The biggest thing in life is children. They are our future. And we as adults are responsible to make sure we take care of kids. They did not ask to be in the world. And if anyone ever decides to adopt or look for somebody to share their life with, I think it's time for all of us to come to the United States itself and look into our own system and get the kids that is in the system out of there and give them a home. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Terrific. Thank you. Wonderful. That's great. For our next item, Councilman Reese will recognize May as Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. May is Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and an opportunity for us to recognize the achievements and contributions of the Asian and Islander community to our great city. Many of you enjoyed the Taiko presentation in the City Hall Plaza this morning as we kicked off this very special diversity celebration. This year we are paying a special tribute to the Japanese American community in Las Vegas. Japanese Americans have played a significant role in the development of our community from the very beginning. One of the pioneer families of Las Vegas was the Tomiyasu family, who performed this valley in the very early 1900s. Since then, Japanese, both immigrants and native-born, have influenced the development of our city. Today, I'd like to recognize a few individuals that I feel have contributed greatly in the past and continue to influence our community. For that, I'd like to call up Mr. Wayne Tanaka. Dr. Tanaka has been a long-time resident of Las Vegas and honorary consul of Japan. He was also the president at Clark High School. Many of you probably remember him. And then he was the first president of the Agassiz Foundation private school over in historic West Las Vegas. I'd also like to ask Mr. Oren Iwanaka, president of the Japanese American Citizens League, to come forward. And Mr. Jason Shook, who is director of the Japanese American Citizens League. He does look Japanese. And Mrs. Teresa Communin, and I don't believe Dr. Garcia is here. Is Teresa here? Mr. Tanaka is well known throughout our community as an educator and an all-around nice guy. Wayne Tanaka Elementary School was named in his honor and reflects the appreciation and esteem that this community has for him. And even though he has retired and spent most of his time playing golf, he continues to be involved in education, various civic clubs, and at his school. That's on top of his duties as honorary consul for Japan in Las Vegas. The Las Vegas chapter of the Japanese American Citizens League was founded almost 40 years ago in 1968. From its inception, the JACL has strived to uphold its mission to secure and maintain the civil rights of Japanese Americans and all others who are victimized by injustice and prejudice. The leaders and members of the JACL also work to promote cultural, educational, and social values and preserve the heritage and legacy of the Japanese American community. The Las Vegas Comuneri Taiko has been delighting audiences since 1993. Comuneri Taiko is thunder drum, and I can hear them up in my office this morning. They certainly made their presence heard here today. Comuneri Taiko works to maintain Japanese music and culture alive while providing a creative outlet for all those that are interested. They have performed throughout Las Vegas and the Southwest and are currently featured in KLAS TV's first promotional spots in high-definition television. It gives me great pleasure today to recognize these individuals for their hard work and dedication to promoting diversity in our great city. And I'm going to ask Mr. Tanaka if he would give us a few words, please.
To the happiest mayor in the universe and the next galaxy, to the city councilmen and women, city staffers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Las Vegas chapter of the National JACL, I wish to thank all of you for this wonderful recognition of our organization that is now officially 32 years old. We began this organization as a club and evolved into a Citizens League. I wish to thank all of you for this recognition. The national chapter of JACL was founded in 1929, and it is the oldest and largest Asian American civil and human rights organization with over a 19,000 population membership base. JACL has 112 chapters nationwide, 5 regional offices, 8 district offices, a Washington, D.C. office, and a national headquarters in San Francisco. JACL's mission is to secure and uphold the human and civil rights of all Americans while preserving our own cultural heritage and values. Our members have proudly participated in many civic events, such as the International Food Festival, Martin Luther King Parade, Veterans Day Parade, Eldorado, and citywide festivals. In July, we plan on bringing the internationally known Maitreya Project from India, the home that has been set aside for the Tibetan monks. They'll be here. They've been to New York, Paris, London, Singapore. It's a World Relic Tour. The Pacific Islanders, who also come to Las Vegas, enjoy the amenities and the entertainment of downtown Las Vegas, the hotels and casinos. Many of our members work in the major industry of travel and tourism. As citizens of Las Vegas, we are doctors, attorneys, teachers, businessmen and women. We are police officers, firefighters, realtors, architects, managers of companies large and small, and of course, members of the military. We are home builders, truck drivers, food servers, mechanics, and landscapers. All of us contribute to making Las Vegas a thriving, welcoming, and successful community. While it is important for us to assimilate into the greater Nevada community as Nevadans, we are proudly sharing our history and culture with all who we meet. Our Taiko group, highly successful and professional, have been to the Clark County School District schools, to grand openings of restaurants and businesses, beating out a message of enrichment and welcome into our culture. Our speakers have shared their experiences of wartime incarceration due to Executive Order 9066, with church groups, school children, university classes, and with Jewish citizens who have survived the Holocaust. In conclusion, we of the Las Vegas chapter of JACL stand ready to assist at all times in helping to make Las Vegas community grow and develop as a pluralistic and multicultural society where we are recognized for the content of our character, our trustworthiness, integrity, and hard work. We are, after all, raising our families to be better Americans in a greater America. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this honor. It's really, really, really special indeed. And you're absolutely correct. I'm definitely not Japanese on the outside, but think of it like a hard-boiled egg. You know, yellow on the inside, white on the outside. I truly think that I'm Japanese in spirit. Finished my degree in Japan, and this is just truly, truly special to be recognized by the city and to be a part of the Las Vegas Japanese Citizens League. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. This is an honor and a surprise, actually. Thank you very much. We are very honored to be here. The Japanese American Citizen League, whose Las Vegas Kaminari Taiko's sponsor, has been extremely supportive of us and takes really good care of us. And we're very privileged to be a part of the Japanese American Citizen League. We love the culture of our ancestors, and we try to promote that and incorporate that into being honored Americans and honored Nevadans. And we're privileged to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, folks. Thank you. Councilman Brown will have the next succession of items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our first recognition will be for National Police Week, and if Sheriff Doug Gillespie could join us up here. whereas 45 years ago, President John F. Kennedy signed Public Law 87-726, naming May 15th as National Day of Remembrance for all lost law enforcement lives. And whereas on average, an American law enforcement officer was killed every 56 hours in the line of duty in this country in 2005. And whereas the members of the Law Enforcement Agency of Las Vegas play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of all people in Southern Nevada. Whereas we call upon all citizens of Southern Nevada and all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 13th through 19th as Police Week with appropriate ceremonies and observances. Therefore, we, the Mayor and the City Council, take great honor in recognizing May 13th through 19th, 2007 to be National Police Week in the City of Las Vegas.
Well, it's indeed an honor on behalf of all law enforcement in Southern Nevada, state of Nevada, and United States of America. It's just my honor to receive this proclamation. This is a bittersweet month, actually, for us in law enforcement. It gives us an opportunity to honor those locally, the state level, as well as nationally, that have made the ultimate sacrifice. And for those of us that have been in this line of business for a few years, it's unusual that somebody very close to us hasn't made that ultimate sacrifice. How do we work our way through this period, this month of May and this special week? Support of our community. And I applaud the City Council and the Mayor for taking it upon yourselves to give me this honor and bestow this honor upon my fine profession. And I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much, and I know all law enforcement in Southern Nevada appreciates it as well. Thank you.
Sheriff, you could stay here. We're going to recognize a special event that will be taking place later this month, but certainly those that are familiar with Police Memorial Park in the northwest part of the city of Las Vegas. This park was built a few years ago, dedicated to the fallen officers throughout the state of Nevada. It's become a very, very special place, a sanctuary for those in uniform to go out and pay tribute to their colleagues. We've also had a group of citizens working together to build a memorial for the Police Memorial Park, something of significance, of stature, and they have been working extremely hard over the last going on 2 years now. And I'd like to first bring up Rob Cavier, who sits on the committee, and introduce also Adolfo Gonzalez. And Adolfo, as you'll see, is Adolfo here this morning? Don't hide, Adolfo. Come on up. If you had a chance to see the scaled design of the monument as you came in this morning, Adolfo is the gentleman responsible for this, and if there's ever been an artist that has taken a project to heart, this man has certainly demonstrated that in his profession. Would also like to recognize the Arts Commission in the audience, because they have taken a leadership role and endorsed this project to the tune of $50,000 as seed money. So if those members of the Arts Commission that are here this morning, could they stand and be recognized? Thank you. You're going to start hearing a lot in the news about this project, and Rob, if you could get us going here with some information today.
Thank you very much. Good morning. On behalf of the Southern Nevada Police Memorial Monument Committee and the Las Vegas Arts Commission, we want to thank you for the opportunity to address Council this morning and to bring you up to date on this important project. We are moving forward with our effort, and we invite you to view our model, which is over by the entrance, and take a brochure on the memorial this morning. We've completed the design phase, and we remain on track to dedicate this monument a year from this May in 2008 during the police memorial ceremonies out at Police Memorial Park. Currently, we are in the fundraising stage, and we urge you to contact us if you'd like to help support this worthwhile effort. We would love and welcome the opportunity to appear before any civic groups or social clubs or school groups to explain our memorial project in greater detail for you. We know this is a grassroots effort. We urge everyone to become a part of this project. Your support is necessary, it's appreciated, and it is very welcome. The Southern Nevada law enforcement professionals, the soldiers of our society here at home, are out there every day to protect our peaceful way of life. We want to honor and respect their tireless efforts and to create a tangible monument to honor law enforcement for generations to come, both the officers who are out there every day protecting our lives and those who've made the supreme sacrifice. Upon completion in Police Memorial Park behind the Keller Training Center in West Cheyenne, this beautiful monument will serve as a constant reminder of our respect and sincere appreciation for their sacrifice. So please come join us in this worthwhile effort. Show your support. You can contact us for more information. And again, we appreciate the chance to update you on this project. Thank you.
Color guard, dismissed.
And also, the sheriff reminded me, on Friday, May 18th of this month, 9 a.m. in the morning, out at Police Memorial Park, up off West Cheyenne and Wallapai, we will have the ceremony, the annual ceremony recognizing the fallen officers. And I know my colleagues have been out there the past few years, but it's open to all citizens, and it's truly a special ceremony. So we would encourage you, if you do have time, Friday morning, 9 o'clock on May 18th. Thank you, Sheriff. By show of hands, how was the mayor's dismissal of the color guard? Pretty good? Needs work?
Best I ever heard.
Thank you, Sheriff. It's budget time of the year, Sheriff. It's a good comment. Would also like to recognize a very special group today, Nevada Child Seekers. And could Stephanie Parker, the executive director of the Child Seekers, please join us up here? Whereas the Nevada Child Seekers has been serving the southern and now northern Nevada community since 1985 and are the only nonprofit missing children's organization in Nevada. And whereas every year over 7,000 children are reported missing in Nevada and approximately 200 are considered endangered or abducted. And whereas the staff and volunteers for Nevada Child Seekers work diligently to provide education to parents and their children to help keep them informed on child safety measures and protection. And whereas Nevada Child Seekers provides services such as assisting law enforcement and parents in locating missing, abducted, and runaway children, production and dissemination of flyers of missing children, fingerprinting, prevention education, liaison services, a family resource center, an emergency volunteer search force, and a support group for families of missing persons. Therefore, we, the undersigned mayor and city council, do hereby honor the staff and volunteers of Nevada Child Seekers for their dedicated services and declare May 2nd, 2007 to be Nevada Child Seekers Day in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilman Brown. I'd like to thank you, City Council and Mayor, for being, Mayor's on our honorary board of trustees and has been in full support of Nevada Child Seekers. Many of you may remember last year when we had Crystal Figueroa in our community that was found by Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and the city was so supportive in assisting and making it possible for Nevada Child Seekers and its volunteers to assist with that. I'd also like to recognize there's many members of Nevada Child Seekers within the community. We have many types of volunteers. We have our board of directors. If you could all stand. You don't have to say anything. Just stand. I've got to say we've got one of the most supportive boards with honorary trustees as well as board members, and thank you very much. First of all, what we'd like to do is recognize one of our students in Clark County. She participated with the assistance of her teacher, Ms. Patel, in the Amber Alert Awareness Poster Contest, and she was the winner for Nevada. Elizabeth, can you come forward? Elizabeth Dickerman from Doris Reed Elementary School. And this was her conceptualization of Amber Alert and what it meant to her, which we submitted to Washington, D.C. for the national competition. She is our state winner in Nevada. And so, in addition to that, what we've done is taken your poster and put it on a plaque. Elizabeth Dickerman, 2007 state winner, Amber Alert Poster Contest, sponsored by Nevada Child Seekers. And we'd like you to have that. And thank you so much for participating. Next, Jerry Browner. Jerry Browner is the first intern that Nevada Child Seekers has had. It's one fine example of us utilizing existing resources in the community to help us in our mission to assist in locating missing, abducted, and runaway children, as well as providing education. Jerry has completed successfully 1 year with us, and he'll be graduating this month from CCSN, and we just like to, on behalf of the city, you've got a certificate of appreciation for your assistance in helping us with our mission.
I'm very grateful to Nevada Child Seekers for taking me into their loving home and letting me be part of their organization. I called them out of desperation because I hadn't been able to get the internship set up, and they thought I was an answer to their prayers when they were more an answer to mine. I'm very grateful to be here today to represent hopefully more students that future will come through and do more good work for the poor children here in Nevada that need help. Thank you.
May is National Missing Children's Month. May 25th acknowledges the day. And it's a time for us to acknowledge the children and the protection that they need from us. In that, we've got several different components that, or people that, and organizations that we'd like to recognize that help contribute to that. The first is, in accepting on behalf of Bob Fisher, who is the chair of the Nevada Amber Alert Committee, Erlene Leffler, Adam Sandler. Bob Fisher with the Amber Alert Committee and Nevada Broadcasters Association is responsible for introducing legislation to protect the Amber Alert process and its credibility to maximize this tool to assist in recovering endangered, missing children, allowing for the public's participation. To date, there have been 23 activations in Nevada involving 30 children, and of those, 29 children have been safely recovered. Thank you. Next is one of our near and dear partners, U.S. Marshal's Office. U.S. Marshal Gary Orton, Fidencio Rivera, and Pat Sidoti. You can come forward. The feds, yeah. Besides promoting child safety in the community with Nevada Child Seekers, Deputy Chief Rivera and his staff were instrumental in creating the Southern Nevada Sex Offender Compliance, Apprehension, and Prosecution Task Force, ensuring that non-compliant offenders are removed from our communities to protect our children. In addition, the U.S. Marshal Service is a partner with the new Rad Kids Personal Empowerment Program through Nevada Child Seekers. They hosted the training site and have 2 deputy marshals participating in this education program that will be implemented this year. Thank you.
It really is our pleasure and our honor to participate and help out the Nevada Child Seekers and all the great work that Stephanie Parker and her group do. But we appreciate it and to be part of it, and we thank you for your leadership.
Next, Detective Devin Moore, who's representing Sergeant Leonard Marshall with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and also the Las Vegas Regional Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. This partnership in protecting children in our community from online predators has enabled us to provide internet safety education to students and parents. The Las Vegas Internet Crime Against Children Task Force utilizes Nevada child seekers for community education while they investigate crimes against children using the internet. In 2006, they investigated hundreds of cases referred to them by the National Center for Missing Exploited Children Cyber Tip Line. They also made 21 arrests and referred 9 cases for federal prosecution.
All right. Thanks so much.
And now the substance of what Nevada Child Seekers is made up of is our volunteers on a daily basis who come out, go out into the community and help educate the public on how to protect our children. Could Robert and Cindy Boucher, Kevin McCabe Jr., and Christian McCabe come forward? Evelyn, Trish. These individuals have gone above and beyond in advocating for missing, abducted, and runaway children. Through their assistance with the Emergency Volunteer Search Force and community outreach with NetSmart's Internet Safety, they do additional research and have additional expertise with technology, which goes a long way to help educate our parents to help protect their children online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I got one too. Thank you so Thank you very much.
Now I would like to recognize, I think 4 years running?
I'm going to turn my back.
4 years running, our state championship basketball team, our boys varsity from the Meadows School. We're going to acknowledge them and would have Coach Greg Gorgian come up, join us. And Coach Gary Hannick. I'll let Coach Greg talk a little bit, but to introduce the boys. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Sure. Let me introduce the boys here. First, I'd like to say a few things, if you don't mind, Councilman, on the accomplishments of both what these boys do in the classroom at the Meadows, as well as their commitment on the basketball court. And I just hope that they were paying attention to what came before them and all the great deeds and achievements that are happening every day in our city. And first, I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for recognizing all the good deeds that are being done in our community and how important it is to be acknowledged and recognized and how it makes someone feel. This team here, I don't know if they know that this isn't an every year accomplishment or something that's going to happen to them on a regular basis. They're very fortunate to be here and to be recognized and to be champions both in the classroom, because there is a huge commitment there at the Meadows and on the basketball court, and that they are learning every day hopefully they're getting the message that they someday can be community leaders and have a positive influence in Vegas or in whatever community they end up after they go to college, because that is one thing that they are going to do. The Meadows sends the boys to college, and they graduate with a great foundation and a great base to come back and to contribute to the community. So, boys, congratulations on your accomplishments, and I'd like to introduce each one of them. Graham Hiltz, Remington Ross, Camden Gorgon, Richard Martinez, Michael Martinez, Jonathan Chino, Brandon Backus, Brett Leibowitz, Cameron, I'm not even going to try it, Nicholas Bratton, and Michael Wallace. These boys, thanks again for your efforts. This is my last season with these kids and with the Meadows, and it's been a great experience. I've had 9 years involved with young men at the high school level, and the joy that they've given me and the lessons I've learned from them, I will never forget. And thanks a lot, young men. And thanks again, Councilman, Mayor. Thank you. I think they wanted a picture. They wanted a picture of us. Can we have a picture with us? Yeah.
'em. I remember our first year here, we looked like polo team. Wrong.
Four times running state champs. Quite an honor for the Meadows Mustangs. And Coach Gorgon, thank you for all the commitment you have given to the school and to the kids. You certainly deserve a lot of the credit for that program up there. Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem wanted to remind you that Lincoln County has been runner-up for the past 4 years. And our last ceremonial, would like to invite Doug Carafa from the Clean Water Coalition, Charlie Kaikovsky from our City of Las Vegas Public Works. Is Dave Mendenhall, Charlie, is Dave here? Dave Mendenhall, who runs our treatment facility. And we are recognizing Pain in the Drain Month. Pain in the Drain. The mayor likes to say pain in the month. This is Pain in the Drain. Whereas the proper collection and treatment of our community's wastewater is an important part of our quality of life, and whereas each day our community wastewater needs are met by more than 1,700 miles of pipelines and millions of dollars in high-level treatment equipment, whereas the accumulation of fat, oil, grease, and grit incorrectly placed in our system has contributed to nearly half of the sanitary sewer overflows we've experienced. And whereas keeping unwanted pharmaceuticals and personal care products out of the sewer system protects the delicate ecosystems in the Las Vegas Wash, Lake Mead, and the Colorado River, and whereas our wastewater treatment professionals have teamed with other collection and treatment agencies across Southern Nevada to educate our citizens on how to better care for our community resources, and whereas this award-winning program, Pain in the Drain, has gained national recognition for its appeal and quality of the clever and effective message it gives to our customers. Therefore, we, the City Council, and of course our great mayor, take great pride in proclaiming May 2nd, 2007 to be Pain in the Drain Month in the City of Las Vegas.
Thank you for this acknowledgement. This is indeed a national program, and the message is really simple. In order to maintain our water quality, the best way to do that is not put materials such as pharmaceutical oil and other chemicals into the sewer system, because the treatment process doesn't necessarily manage to remove those pollutants. So we will be going through the community at various meetings, fairs, town hall meetings, and handing these out to make people become aware that they shouldn't put certain things in the sinks or toilets, because it'll eventually get to Lake Mead, and there we want to maintain a high level of water quality. Thank you.
Well, I'm honored to be here. As you mentioned, with the Clean Water Coalition, I get to work with the City of Las Vegas and the 3 other agencies who are also in the wastewater business. And again, they've all come together. Lots of times you don't hear much about wastewater treatment. It's kind of low profile. But this has been a kind of a high profile program. And I have to tell you, if you go on their website, and if you've seen the cartoons that they have, they're very imaginative. They're really fun, and you should really go check it out. Thank you.
Hi. These kits that they've been handing out are grease receptacles. There's little inserts inside, little bags we can put the grease in here and dispose of it, rather than down the sink, where it can clog up your lines out of your house, but also lines downstream down the sewer, and cause sewer backups, which none of us want, none of us find pleasant. So it's part of the program, and it is paininthedrain.com, as you mentioned. We'll have a lot more information on that. You can also contact Public Works at 229-6276 if you want to receive something.
Mr. Mendenhall, I'm glad that you told everybody what that was, because Councilman Ross thought it may be a miniature porta potty.
They want to, but they want us to bring the plane.
Project photo. One, two, three.
Okay. Who are we doing this with? What's the school project? How you doing? Good. Okay. Are we all together here? Everybody's all together? Good. Here we go.
Valley High School.
Okay. Gather around, everybody. Gather around. All the Valley people? Oh, over here. Okay. Which one? Over here. Paul Collins. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay. All set? All right. let's wait. Okay, there you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Another group?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Valley too?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll do it in shifts and waves. Okay, here we go. All right? Here we go, I'll go sideways now. All right, switch together. Switch together. Here we go. Okay? Yes. Okay. Good. Thank you. See you later. Good luck.
Mayor, if I could,
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to have the council members and the mayor sing happy birthday to my grandma. She's 96 years old yesterday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear grandma. Happy birthday to you.
And
She's a great lady. She watches us every week. Thank you.
Okay, I remember.
If I may,
What?
Well, I'm sorry, Councilman.
Councilman Brown.
if we have some special guests that are going to join us up on the dais today. If the student council from Loomis Elementary School could join us, they're going to be introducing themselves and sharing what student government is at the elementary school level. Your Honor, they have only asked for 90 minutes during their presentation. So.
Well, I'd much rather hear from the children than the adults.
Mayor Goodman,
Yes.
after what Mayor Pro Tem Reeds announced about his grandmother, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that today is my wife's birthday, Judge Jackie Glass. She turned 39 today. I don't think we want to sing her a happy birthday, but Jackie, I love you. Happy birthday.
Councilman, did you mean 29?
Yes. Oh, another mayor. Who's the mayor? You the mayor? Who's the mayor? Are you the mayor? Are you the mayor?
She'll be with the attorney and Councilman Ross. Get her right in here.
What's your name? Addison? What's your last name? Okay. Are you the mayor?
Who are you?
Okay. All right. Here we go. All right, folks. Before we start our agenda, we're going to introduce these youngsters. I have the president of the Student Council, Madison McClellan, sitting to my right, this nice young lady. Mayor Pro Tem.
And I'm the secretary.
Thank you, Louis.
I'm Rachel Turner, and I'm the commissioner of girls athletics. I'm JP Roan. I'm the treasurer. I'm Colin Janison, commissioner of boys athletics.
I'm Tyler Washington, the commissioner of ecology. I'm Chris Shea, the commissioner of school spirit.
All right, that's excellent, and I'm sure that everybody has folks who are here celebrating the honor of having you youngsters with the City Council. We do have our school board trustee, Terry Janison, present with us today, and Judge Doug Herndon was with us earlier as Board of Trustees of Child Seekers. So we're honored to have you folks watching our City Council meeting. All right, item number 11, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 41 is a work card appeal for Victor Zachary, Aaron Wine. The Metro Dispatch pulled that in advance until our June 20, 2007 meeting. And item number 48 is a 6-month review of a temporary package license, Winnow Inc., doing business at Vino 100 at 7220 Azure Drive, Suite 120. Staff's asked to strike. Council members, are there any other items we need to go forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to bring these two items forward, take appropriate action.
All right, yes, sir.
Yes, Al Gallego, citizen of Las Vegas. I want to discuss item number 24.
All right, have a seat, and we'll call that at the appropriate time. All right, there's been a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Item number 12 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of April 4, 2007. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor, no questions or additions. I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 13 through 35 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward? We have item number 24.
Item number 24, Your Honor, is approval of contract number 0619715, Las Vegas Boulevard Corridor Study, Department of Public Works. Award recommended to the Lewis Burger Group, Inc. for $69,628. Road and Food Capital Projects Fund.
All right, and item number 26 has been requested to be brought forward by Ms. Ennis, our Director of HR.
And that would be approval of a memorandum of agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County Fire Department for members of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue to join the National Urban Search and Rescue Task Force. This affects all awards.
All right, are there any other items that anybody desires to bring forward? I would say none. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to approve items 13 through 35 with all conditions, with exceptions of 24 and 26, please.
Thank you very much. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
No, agreed.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 24 is approval of contract number 0619715, Las Vegas Boulevard Corridor Study, Department of Public Works. Award recommended to Lewis Burger Group, Inc. for $69,628. Road and Flood Capital Projects Fund. This is in Ward 5. Yes, Mr. Gallegos, did you want to be heard on this?
Yes, sir. Al Gallego, citizen of Las Vegas. This is a second study, as far as I know, that it's been done on this corridor. I think I came before you about a year ago or so that my people, and when I'm saying my people, all those people in the cemeteries that we have down there want landscaping. This has been dragging on and dragging on and dragging on. Why do we have to study it again? This is the second time. And it's a waste of time to study it. This study was done years and years ago when you did Las Vegas Boulevard from Sahara all the way down to Owens. Now you're studying again. You're leaving our area, my area, out. And I don't want to study it. I just want something done with that beautiful street, Las Vegas Boulevard, north, to be done something about it so my people can rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Krakowski, would you like to address that, please?
The need for this study is due to recently, I say recently, within the last year or so, North Las Vegas has their North 5th Street project. It's a major widening that comes right into basically the intersection of Las Vegas Boulevard and Main. They are planning a very large traffic circle, and this road improvement, I believe it's 120, 150-foot right-of-way street that will be coming right into the city, right there at Main and Las Vegas Boulevard. And so by this study, we want to take a look at the impacts on our road network that may be caused by this North 5th Street project of North Las Vegas.
And that goes into our downtown transportation project.
That's correct.
RTC, they're going to connect it to.
Right, because they will have a BRT or some mass transit system on that North 5th Street, too.
Very good. Well, that answers the question.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
The study in North Las Vegas has already been done, and now we're doing it again. We know what we're going to do in North Las Vegas. It's going to be widened out, and it's only got to be widened out to Las Vegas Boulevard, about a block or 2 blocks from our city limits. It doesn't have nothing to do. This study doesn't have nothing to do with North Las Vegas. It's our city. Now you're letting North Las Vegas tell you what to do. I'm sorry, Mayor. I don't agree with you. Thank you.
Okay, and I don't agree with you. Thank you. All right. Item number 26 is approval of a memorandum of agreement. Oh, okay. Wait, we have a motion, please. Thank you. Let's vote, please. Go on, sir. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 26 is approval of a memorandum of agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County Fire Department for members of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue to join the National Urban Search and Rescue. This pertains to all wards. Ms. Ennis.
Mayor Claudette Enos, Department of Human Resources, and with me is Deputy Chief Eugene Campbell with Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. And we inadvertently omitted 3 provisions of this memorandum of understanding between Clark County Fire Department and Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. Those 3 provisions provided for coverage of workers' compensation coverage for any of our City of Las Vegas employees that were deployed, and also provided for a definition of sanctioned training. We have presented to the clerk to present to each of you a corrected version of that memorandum of understanding, and we present that now for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Would you be kind enough to disseminate that?
The provisions are page 3, sections G, H, and I.
Thank you. We need a couple more of these. Do you have any more?
Do you have any more?
Thank you. Here we go. Yeah. You say G, H, and I? Ms. Ennis?
Yes, please.
Is that 1G? 3.
And Mayor, we have a couple of other corrections on, and City Attorney Jervik will assist me with those.
With your indulgence, Your Honor, Director Enos is correct. On Section 2, there is a new G, H, and I. On Section 3, the existing Provision B is deleted, and a new Section B and new Section C are added, which also accomplish the goals that the Director just mentioned. The following letters of the alphabet get renumbered, so, C becomes D, D becomes C, etc., all through the end of Section 3. Those are the extent of the 2 changes.
Yeah, I'm going to move to hold this in abeyance. I don't think that's fair to us to vote on something that we're getting at this last moment. I really mean that. I'm going to move to abeyance for 2 weeks. Let's vote on that, please.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Opposed? Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item 36 is report for the city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. A few items to report to you today. As you're aware, we've been tracking our revenue growth very closely this year because consolidated tax, which is 52% of our revenue, is down substantially. After many years of double-digit increases, we're seeing a year-to-date increase of only 0.95%. And this consolidated tax is really a combination of a variety of taxes that are collected by the state and then redistributed back to local governments per a formula that's set by statute. The big impact in this equation is the real property transfer tax, which dropped dramatically as a result of the slowdown in the housing market. So that has had a direct impact on the revenues that come to the city of Las Vegas that we in turn spend for our operations, our public safety, and our other uses here. During this past year, we've seen that consolidated tax fluctuate from negative months to positive months. And as I said, year to date, it's only about 0.95% up. We don't know exactly how it's going to end for the balance of the year, but our forecasts have caused us to come back to you and to the departments and ask for this year's budget to be reduced by about 3.6%. And we're working on that. We're pretty confident we're going to meet that reduction so that by the end of the year we'll meet our original target for our budget for the year end. To date, we're about $12.3 million behind where we budgeted, where we anticipated these revenues to come in. And by the end of the year, we expect that we may be $20 million behind. Now, the consolidated tax reports are somewhat delayed. We just got the March report, and that's the reason that I'm reporting to you today. This also has some impacts for next year's budget. As you're aware from our budget workshop, our next year's budget is going to be rather conservative. We're forecasting a continued low level of consolidated tax growth, but I want to leave the message that we're not in a crisis. We're just at a point where we have to carefully manage our expenditures so that we stay within our budget forecasts and work carefully through controlling of the hiring of positions and the expenditure of money for travel and other non-essential kinds of activities. And thanks to our departments, we're tracking very well to meet the end of the year budget. And I think going into next year, the message is we'll have a tight belt unless things turn around, but we're going to be able to support almost every initiative that we've started and all of the services that we currently provide. And if there's any change, we'll be reporting those to the council in advance of any impact that you might see. I just add to that the Economic Forum, which is a panel that gives advice to the legislature and the governor on budget issues, came out with their forecast, and for the next 3 years they're forecasting that the state budget is going to be hit to the tune of $287 million. So this impact is not just on the city of Las Vegas, it's on other local governments, and it's on the state of Nevada. Another item I want to report on is at a Saturday town hall meeting, Mayor Goodman suggested that we operate a voicemail line for FAA complaints or complaints about the right turn. We have that line activated. As of yesterday evening, that line is available for people to leave messages. I'll caution everybody, this is not the official complaint line for noise or other complaints about the right turn or other aircraft issues. But in the interest of providing another avenue for the public to comment and leave their recorded comments with us, we've brought this line into operation. The phone number will be published on our internet site, but it is 229-1078. And people calling that will get a recorded message telling them about this line, and they'll be able to leave up to a 2-minute message that we can then document for purposes of the right turn issue.
Thank you very much for doing that. There was a real feeling of frustration on the part of many of the attendees at that Saturday neighborhood meeting, and I think this will give them a great deal of solace that they will have a repository to record their their feelings about this, and then we can use it in a manner which is best suited to protect our constituents, forwarding it to D.C., working with the FAA or with the county. But thank you. There were about over 200, I think. Over 200 people attended. Yes, so that.
Dr. Selby, this is not meant to replace the noise hotline that McCarran has put up itself. So we don't want to discourage people from still calling McCarran, do we?
Not at all. We just know that those numbers have changed, and sometimes people have reached kind of a dead end with those other numbers. So this gives the public an opportunity to field their comments to us directly, and then we can forward those or document them as appropriate.
Okay, I just don't want this to be a message to our constituents and the people that are watching today that they shouldn't keep up the comments and the contacts with the McCarran phone numbers as well.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just one other item, a piece of good news this morning. I signed the escrow documents to transfer the land for the Ruvo Institute. They will be selling their bonds tomorrow. So that is good news just from the project point of view, but from the Union Park point of view, that's also our first project that will break ground and be completed in Union Park.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Are there any questions of Dr. Selby or any comments? All right, thank you for the report. We really appreciate it. Item 37 is discussion and possible action concerning the status of 2007 legislative issues pertaining to all wards. Mr. Knight.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. Chris Knight, Director of Administrative Services. Want to just briefly give you an update on our bills and some other bills that have been working their way through the state legislature. Starting with the bills that the City of Las Vegas has sponsored. The first one is SB 90, which is a bill that we had requested in another form to give us a position on the State Homeland Security Commission. That legislation was rolled into a bill sponsored by Senator Nolan. The bill came up for passage in front of the State Senate because there was concern about a fiscal impact on that bill. It was referred to the Senate Finance Committee. It has been given an exemption. We're still continuing to work with Senator Nolan to get that bill moving forward here in the next week or so. That's about the only bill that we have that hasn't had very good movement. Another bill, Senate Bill 139, which is a bill that we requested that the Nevada League of Cities sponsor for us, allows us to do interlocal agreements, was passed out of the Senate April 12th. The bill was heard in Assembly Government Affairs last Friday. Our head of our lobby team, Mr. Olivas, and the Executive Director of the Nevada League of Cities, David Frazier, testified on the bill. There was no opposition, and we expect that that bill will pass out of committee and move on to the floor and then on to the governor. Senate Bill 198 is a bill that allows us to do lease purchase agreements through our Public Works Group. It passed out of the Senate on April 23rd. It has moved on to Government Affairs and has not yet been scheduled for a hearing. Senate Bill 514, and you have these in front of you, but I'm going out of order because 234 has got a little more controversy associated with it. But Assembly Bill 514 is our charter bill. That bill passed out of committee with an amendment that the council expressed concern about at your last meeting on April 18th and directed us to try and get an amendment that brought forward the appointment of the municipal judges every 2 years. There was an amendment done on the floor of the Assembly, and the bill passed out of the Assembly with the amendment as the council had requested. So our lobby team was successful in getting that amendment done to Assembly Bill 514. And our city charter bill, it's moved on now over to the Senate side. And that will come up in front of Senate Government Affairs and has yet to be scheduled for a public hearing. And then moving back on the listing that I've given you, Senate Bill 234 is our bill dealing with private developers' construction of off-site improvements within our redevelopment areas. That bill passed out of the Senate on April 24th with very little objection, but now that it's over in the Assembly, we've run into some concerns that Councilman Ross is going to provide some enlightenment on. We still have an issue with the prevailing wage issue from the labor representatives of the labor organizations. That bill is to be heard tomorrow. Our Director of Business Development will be going up, Mr. Adams, to testify in front of the bill, and we will be working to get that bill passed and work with the labor folks to get something done. And I think Councilman Ross wanted to say something about that.
Would you like, now, Your Honor, do you want to wait till Mr. Knight? It's important as this bill has progressed. Organized labor has had a great concern regarding the direction we're going with the entire Union Park issue. Your Honor, we briefly spoke about it yesterday in regards to what's happening out there. Of course, we want the Union Park area to be an absolute, gem in the heart of the city of Las Vegas. And with that, labor's concerned about what's happening with not only this bill, but the future. And I would like to direct staff at this time to create a forum to not only invite the labor leaders, but also Mr. Adams and his group, the Newland group, and some of the prospective developers down there, so we can get these things laid out on the table and have these issues brought to light, so that everybody's on the same page. We can certainly let everybody duke it out then, or let everybody agree then. But I think we need to create that forum, Mr. Knight, and would ask that the city manager's office pursue that end with the mayor's permission, so we can create an avenue of communication with all the parties involved, so there's no misunderstanding. And that's what's happening with this bill. There's a great deal of misunderstanding with this bill. The NRS statute in the bill certainly protects the prevailing wage issues and is included in that bill. So I just want to make everybody aware of that. But at the same time, we need to bring everybody together at the same table and discuss the future. So thank you, Your Honor.
Very good. We want those projects to go on smoothly and without picket signs. Right. And I think if everybody understands what the issues are, we'll be able to accomplish that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tonight.
And for the record, Mayor, that the SB 234, in its specific language, the projects that this bill allows, there is a very clear statement in there that says that prevailing wage will apply to the projects that this bill enables. So it is a misunderstanding, and we will continue to work with labor to try to get something done. But just so you understand, there's very clear language in our bill that addressed that issue on the Senate side, and we're a little bit confused as to why we're over here on the Assembly, but we'll keep working. On the second page are some Senate bills that I wanted to bring to your attention. First of all, Senate Bill 16, which is an eminent domain bill, and before I do that, I would reference Assembly Bill 102 that's on the last page, and I will talk about that both of those bills deal with eminent domain. Through negotiations with the county and the group that had sponsored the Pistol Initiative, there were agreements as to how the eminent domain issues would be addressed at the state legislature. Those agreements were in line with the resolution that this council had adopted and passed, stating your position on eminent domain. Assembly Bill 102 passed and reflected that agreement. Senate Bill 16 is an eminent domain bill, and there was an amendment put on that bill by the sponsor of the Pistol Initiative that changes the agreement. That bill is being heard this morning. We will be going on record with the county as being opposed to that bill, and the amendment is it allowed the person who owns the property, if there's an eminent domain case, who owns the property, to choose the date in which the value is determined. So what that does, in effect, is it allows them to delay the eminent domain case for a period of time while property values escalate and continues to make the issue more expensive. That was not a part of the agreement with the county or with anybody else, and we'll be opposing that bill, and that's going forward this morning. We just kind of wanted to let you know about that in case you hear about it, that we had been cooperating on the eminent domain thing and had an agreement, and we're following the guideline that this council had passed, and we still hold to that.
Right. Under any circumstances, it's still our position, no private to private.
That's correct, and that's clearly in Assembly Bill 102.
Right, thank you.
Senate Bill 66 is a bill that increases the damages. We brought this bill to you in the very first of the legislative session. It changes our tort liability, where we have a limit now of $50,000 to $100,000, and I just wanted to give you an update on that. That bill has passed out of the Senate. It has been heard by Assembly Judiciary, and referred over to, if I could read my notes, Assembly Ways and Means, and it looks like that bill has got legs and is going to move. So our liabilities will increase from $50,000 to $100,000, which is another example of the cost of doing business that happens to us during the legislative session. Senate Bill 123 is a bill that deals with changes relating to public records that we have been opposed to since the beginning. Mr. Redline out of the Attorney's Office has been very instrumental in writing positions on that bill and objections to that bill. The bill was amended in the Senate quite a bit, and it made it a little more palatable, but not acceptable. And the reason I say that is, in the beginning of the bill, it asked for 2 days turnaround whenever there was a public information request that came in. That period was changed to 5 days. Not only was it changed to 5 days, it was that we had to respond in 5 days as to the status of the request. So we didn't have to actually respond to the request, but in 5 days we had to tell them. The problem that we're having with that is how it changes the definition of a public record and what is a public record, and Mr. Redline will continue to work on that. That bill is currently been referred to Senate Finance for a physical note, and we will continue to monitor that and object to that and try to get that issue rectified if we can. Another bill that is kind of a good bill, bad bill, but became more bad than good is Senate Bill 437. And the concept of the bill is to encourage green buildings and encourage the LEED Silver certification for single-family residences and commercial buildings to be built. The problem with that bill is that if you do silver certification for that construction, it gives up to a 50% property tax rebate for a period of 10 years. So it carries with it a huge revenue hit for the local units of government. And we have discussed this with all the other local units of government in southern Nevada and actually in the state of Nevada, and we will be opposing that bill. It will be coming up for hearing shortly, and it's not a bill that we'll be wanting to see pass. But we just wanted to give you an idea, again, of the threats on our revenue stream. And while it has a good concept, it carries some very bad baggage. Moving on to the third page, Assembly Bill 14. If you'll remember, we had talked to you at the beginning of the legislature about a number of bills that related to graffiti and the penalties for graffiti and what happens with graffiti. All of those bills have basically been rolled into Assembly Bill 14 that is sponsored by Assemblyman Oseguera. It increases the penalties for fines. It increases that if you get convicted of graffiti, you lose your driver's license. The community service goes up. It increases the penalties, and it also makes it a crime to have any kind of graffiti implements on your person. And so it helps with the enforcement on graffiti. It helps with the penalties on graffiti. And it also has a provision in it that if there's graffiti on publicly owned, government-owned property, that we can then get restitution from those that get convicted of it. So it helps us with that.
Excuse me.
You know, this is all well and good, but again, though, you know, these bills get introduced and passed, and to me, it's an enforcement issue.
Yes,
now, I've never in my life seen anybody put graffiti on. I don't know when they do it. I don't know how they do it. But I've had 2 people tell me in the last month they've seen people doing graffiti, and they just said, "Well, what am I supposed to do?" And again, you know, that's nobody said anything. I mean, what does a person do? Okay, you get on the phone and you call 911. Well, it's not an emergency, so call 311. Well, by the time you even dial 311, they're gone.
They're gone.
I don't know how you catch them. I don't know whether we have to have a special police force or whatever goes around trying to catch these guys or whatever. But I know in the last 2 months, the graffiti has tripled in my ward. And I'm not talking about the little splotches anymore. I'm talking about sections on these block walls and stuff. And a person just can't go in there and do it in 2 or 3 minutes. And so I don't know if the bill drafter or if the people that is really interested in this has got ways to catch these people. I mean, it's all well and good to have these excessive fines. And the one thing that was, to me, made the most sense out of anything, and it was laughed and ridiculed, and that was cutting the thumbs off once we catch them. And the mayor did a great job on that. And again, the person that to me, when the mayor mentioned this, we knew who it was. And I met with the young man, and I won't mention any names, but he wasn't remorseful. I mean, he had to come up to me and apologize. He couldn't come before us in a public forum and apologize because he's underage. I never got to meet his parents. And so they paid a little fine for this young man or whatever. And to me, there was no lesson learned there.
Well, when he came to me, Mayor Pro Tem, he wasn't remorseful either, but I had a machete on my desk, and notwithstanding that, he was scared. Okay, so
well, but again, I guess I'm just I don't know whether we can mention to these legislators or whatever. We have to figure out a way, to me, to catch these people. When somebody does see somebody doing something like this, there has to be a quick response or something from somebody.
I would ask staff to please ask the sheriff's office to address us as to what they would suggest as far as meeting the problem of apprehending the graffiti people. I think that in the last several weeks we see that this is not some exercise by potential Picassos, okay? This is street punks who are part of gangs, and they're using this in order to mark their territories. And I don't want to tolerate that in the city of Las Vegas. I know there's nobody on the council who wants to put up with that kind of nonsense. And do you know whether or not they're making this into a felony?
No, sir. I believe it's still a misdemeanor.
Well, a misdemeanor is not enough. In order to teach people a lesson, you have to make it into a felony and deprive them of some serious rights and obligations. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and committee members or Assemblyman. Excuse me, I came out of the legislature. I'm sorry, council people. Brian O'Callahan from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and I might be able to...
Oh, that's terrific. I would really like to hear from you. That's great.
And I don't want to interrupt. When I heard some of this, what happens is, you're right. They're not just kids. A lot of these are adults that contribute to this. But what happens is when they tie these together. You have one tagger, but they can match it to another area, and they bring it together. So they can start matching a tagging, and they're trying to compile this together. And this new bill that they have that they've worked on is going to be a felony.
Yes.
But it has to be up to $5,000. So when the kid tags on one side and with a tagging crew, and they tag to another part of town, they can tie this all together. So when it's compiled together, they can move to the felony. And the other thing they're trying to do is a mandatory 10 days in jail for the adults. And that's the other thing they're trying to do. So,
all right, excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
No problem. Could you tell us how and this may be asking an unfair question at this point, but could you tell us what we can advise our citizens who observe graffiti taking place, what they should do?
Automatically, you need to call. And now, I'm not sure, you have the graffiti hotline, and some of the graffiti hotline, when they go out and they clean these areas up, they take photographs also of this. Is that correct? I'm not sure. And when they do, they can turn that over to the police, which I think they're working with the detectives over at the gangs. And then they can save those photographs, and after they've cleaned that up, they compile all this information.
So basically, the people who do the graffiti, the taggers, they're putting their signature on their malicious, destructive product, correct?
That's one of the. I mean, you're right. They're gang tags and also their own graffiti, and they don't do it once. They're going to do it again. You catch one, as you saw in this last one. They put the kid or the adult. He went to jail for quite a while. They tell on each other. I mean, they don't want to go to jail either. They don't want to be fined, and then it and they can put it all together. Now, I'm not an expert on this, but we do have a detective, Detective Black, who works up there at the gang unit that could really assist you on that.
Perhaps he could talk to us at our next meeting. If you Ms. Fretwell will contact him and make arrangements for that. That's terrific, because the public they're sick and tired of it. The council is sick and tired of it. You mentioned the cost. It costs us millions?
Significant enforcement costs.
Significant amounts of money that our taxpayers are spending for us to clean this up and to do the very little that we can do in order to try to apprehend and make these people pay the price. But I want to be as tough as a city as there is in the world on this, and I want them to know that we're not going to put up with this without a fight, and we're going to have a call to arms against these punks.
Mayor, if I may, Mayor,
yes.
Just so you know, one of the things that that the city manager and the city attorney's office have been working on for the last 6 or so months, we created an internal criminal justice advisory group. It's primarily staff and Metro that participate in it. And there are 2 key areas of focus of that group to enhance coordination and responsiveness. One of them is graffiti. And what I'd like to do is maybe prepare a report for the mayor and council at an upcoming agenda to give you what we're trying to accomplish, how we're working together, graffiti hotline, the reward system that's in place for people who call, identify, and help catch some of these taggers. In addition to the impacts on the city of Las Vegas, what we're investing, why, how much, etc. I think it would be very insightful for you as you give us additional direction. And that'd also be about the time that the legislature wraps up their business, and we will know which laws on the books have been changed that may give you a greater arsenal to use to address the problem.
You know, when it gets worse and worse. I saw a television account of what's taking place in Philadelphia now. Instead of just going up with the paint, they're now using acid to etch their product into windows. And the cost of that is just astronomical to replace those.
Well, that's, Your Honor, if I could, please. I went down to Desert Pines High School Monday before last and went on a tour, and you can't believe what the principal showed us as far as the etchings on the windows. I mean, and it's terrible. And just a quick sideline, I was out walking a couple nights ago, and we got this brand new senior center. It's not even open yet, but it's ready, and that's the Richard Bryan Senior Center over there on Searles. And I seen these 3 young kids out there throwing rocks. I'm not talking little rocks. I'm talking the size of baseballs that they was getting across the street, throwing at this brand new facility. And I hollered at them, and they turned around, and I mean they treated me just like I was one of their classmates, threatened me, and it was. I said to myself, you know, I started walking up to them. They took off running. You can't catch them. I would like to see their parents, and they broke out 2 windows out of this brand new facility. That's just, to me, it's, excuse the French, asinine.
Oh, it is, and I like to, Brad, are you allowed to shoot somebody like that? No? Okay, I never get a yes from the city attorney's office.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The other thing is, and concurring with what Councilman Reese said and what you've said too, it is time to they're thumbing their nose at us. There are a wave of vandals that are coming down through.
Good.
You know, we just put, we worked with the school district in putting up a shade for the playgrounds. And I go by Rose Warren last night, it's burned down. Somebody vandalized it and burnt the whole thing down already, and it's been up, 6 weeks or something. If we don't all take a stand now, and if we're not united in it, that type of thing is going to overcome us all, and that's why together we've got to work and do it. That's all. Whatever it takes.
Well, I'm absolutely convinced, having had 35 years as a criminal defense attorney, that a particular aspect of our criminal justice system has been completely overlooked and forgotten, and that is the deterrent effect. We've got the punitive effect, we have the rehabilitation, but we don't have the deterrent. And I know I asked Brad to research stockades, and I think what you have to do is you have to take these gangsters, these punks, and make a public spectacle out of them, and have people cause them to be treated with derision and scorn, and maybe that'll have some effect on it, because right now, doing it in conventional manners isn't doing a damn thing.
Mayor, also, just to advise you on this bill, it was they had like 3 or 4 different bills at the time, and we tried to make a compromise from the city of Spark, city of Reno, and we had to bring this together. We didn't want to lose anything, so that's one of the reasons everybody wanted a piece of that. So, ours, we have, of course, everything was a felony from $400 up, and right now, if you look at the prison system, everybody's against everybody putting somebody in prison because of the overcrowding, and that's one of the other things that we've been fighting also. So also with the other cities trying to come together and have what they want inside that graffiti bill, and that helped move it forward.
Mayor, may I please?
Yes.
Did we ever determine what number we're going to call if we, in fact, find someone making these graffitis on the buildings and such? I mean, you can't call 911. That's not an emergency. Who do you call?
That would be 311.
You call 311 and they will get someone out to that location? Is that what we're saying? I mean, they will be able to hopefully get there quick enough to apprehend the individual? Is that what we're saying, or are we just calling? That's my question. Are we just reporting?
Through the mayor and the councilman.
Let me add something. My husband and I were driving down Las Vegas Boulevard from the Sunset Post Office, and we actually saw a man. It was in the winter, and it was a man, not a kid, open his coat and pull out a spray can, and he hid the can with his coat as he sprayed one of those electrical boxes, that sit on. So we're going, wow, who do we call? So that's my concern. Who does the citizen call? And it is 311. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councilwoman Williams, that's correct. And that's all I can say, because when you look at what's happening, the officers are, there's other things going on within the city and also the county. So the response time, I'm going to have to say it depends on what is happening at the time and what kind of calls for service they have at that time, Councilwoman.
Yeah, they're not going to catch anybody with the call to 311. The most we could hope for under that circumstance is that they take pictures of what's up there, and then through whatever other processes they're using, will be able to use detective work, in effect, to run down the person, because it's impractical to think that they're going to respond to a graffiti incident. They're not necessarily, they don't take too much time, obviously, because nobody ever sees them do it.
Yeah, you're right about that. But I also think that making that call to 311 would absolutely help you probably assess where they're starting up a new graffiti tagging area. Because I know in my ward, on one house in particular, every time there's a graffiti abatement, 2 days later, the taggers are right back, and they've done a worse job than they did before. So I know it's nothing that you can really do. I just thought 311 is the number to call, and that's a good thing.
And also, through the mayor to Councilman Williams, and also they have the graffiti hotline also.
Could you give us that number?
Do we have the number for the graffiti hotline offhand?
Yes, so the people will know.
Well, let's try to get that before we wind up with Mr. Knight's presentation. Councilwoman Tarkanian, did you want to be heard?
Mr. Mayor, one of our visitors today, Tyler, had a question he'd like to ask about this.
All right.
Well, if you call 311 and they pick up, what do they do when you call in something about tagging? What do they do? I don't see anything done.
I think that's a rhetorical question, young man, and the answer is in and of itself.
Basically, what you're saying, Mayor, is that we're finding the same problem and we don't have the answer to it yet.
Yes, but I think that our staff hears a real concern on the part of the elected officials here that we have to do something to address these problems. We really do.
I have an answer.
All right, I'd like to hear the answer.
Yes. Al Gallego, citizen of Las Vegas. The answer is put their names and their pictures in the newspapers. I don't care if they're underage. They have broken the law. Embarrass the kid, embarrass their parents. And that's how you got to do it. Only way you got to do it. Embarrass them. Embarrass their parents.
Did you want to be heard, young man?
Yes.
Give us your name, please.
David Esqueva from Valley High School.
Yes.
Just from a younger person's standpoint, I go to Valley High School. I know people who tag. I know about tagging crews. But, I mean, the time that it takes to tag takes about 10 minutes at the most. And I'm talking about the actual big tagging. It's not the quick drive-by, just your signature. And they do want to be noticed. That's why they're in places where you can see them. That's why they're on the scaffoldings when you're driving by. That's why they're in big locations, because that's the point. Like you said, they're territorial with tagging crews, and gangs also institute these to make their mark. And, of course, they're going to be all over the city. But it's just one of those matters that's too hard and too fast to actually get to. I find it hard to believe that unless the police officer is down the street, it's going to be very difficult for him to get there in time. And especially if the tagger knows that he's been seen, he's going to try to get out of there as soon as possible. And like he said earlier, they do work in crews, and they do work on it, and they do practice, and they're very fast, and they're very quick at what they do. And they pride themselves on it. That's why they'll do the actual tag of their crew, and they'll do their own signature. And that's just what they do. I mean, they're very good at what they do, and that's why they've been doing it for years. From my standpoint, I find it very difficult for legislators to actually figure out a way to prosecute them, because it's very difficult.
How do we catch them?
To catch them, gangs, get the tagging crews. Try to work more with, I'd suggest CCSD if they knew anything, the police, school police. I mean, they recognize the kids. They're around the school all the time. So, I mean, to my knowledge, I know the school police in my school, they're aware of kids that could be up to those kind of deeds. And I mean, it's easier for a student standpoint to recognize these kids and know what's going on. So I do understand why it's harder for adults to. But to catch them, it's very hard. I mean, your biggest thing, you'd want to get the gangs. And I know that we at Metro has their own gang unit, and they're working hard on it.
One other question from myself, and that is, how do they get up on these?
They climb. They're very good at. They have people looking out for them. They'll physically climb. Like if you've ever gone down the freeway, and I know we have the freeway beautification progress. They will climb down, and they'll risk their lives, because that's what they do. They get a thrill out of it. It's just how they get their highs. It's how they get their kicks, and they know that if they put it up there, people will see it, and people will notice that. Granted, the people won't know exactly who they are, but they made their mark, and in their community, the taggers community, the other taggers will recognize it. It's kind of like they're trying to outdo each other. Like, oh, well, I hit this place up here. Do you think you could do better? So it's very hard to get this.
You think if one was shot, it would?
I think if it was that. I understand why it's a big offense, because this is our city. We should pride ourselves on it, and we should try to keep it clean and beautiful. But they're also priding themselves on their work, and to shoot them is a really extreme really extreme way to take care of it. I wouldn't suggest it, but
would it send a message?
It would send a message.
All right, that's wrong. Next, please.
Thank you.
Mayor, and also what they use the big pesticide cans, or the spray cans, the ones that you spray around the house, and that's how they can cover a big area up on the walls. And also with the school, we do work with the school, because a lot of the taggers, they tag their book, and they have tagging books, and they do all their drawings on there, and they draw on their backpacks, and that information is also given to the gang unit, and they also put that together from that and match up with the other tags.
Do you feel, as a member of law enforcement, that we're making any progress whatsoever on this?
In the scheme of things, I think there is progress, but when you look at the prosecution, it's hard to prosecute. They're getting tougher now. Mayor, if you've seen the last few prosecutions, they're following through with it. So I believe with this new bill coming out, and along with harsher prosecution, I think you're going to a bigger progress.
Thank you. Mr. Harson.
Yes, I'd just like to comment. Steve Harson, Director of Neighborhood Services. The Tagger program for the graffiti, the hotline is 455-4509. I will also work with the City Manager's Office. We are part of the Southern Nevada Graffiti Coalition. We will schedule a presentation before the Mayor and Council to talk about some of the initiatives that are underway.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Tom McGowan, local resident.
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor. The key is outperformance by the city officials and staff. Very, very diligent, very, very aggressive, very swift and accurate outperformance. It means do a better job. You have room to do a better job, but first you have to really want to. And in recommendation, with all due deference and respect, very sincerely, take time to examine the public record and see if there's anything in the conduct or attitudes of elected and appointed officials that possibly contributes co-causally to the motive for these actions, which are, quite simply stated, disrespectful of duly constituted authority. That's key. You have motive, opportunity, and means. Can't do anything about opportunity and means. You can affect motive. It begins with you. If you will accept that responsibility and very seriously do so, take the time to examine your own examples. Thank you.
Did you want to be heard, sir?
Mr. Mayor, I certainly, Kip Cooper, the Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors. I didn't intend to speak, and this discussion item's gone on quite long, but something that you all should be aware of is the work that the realtors have been doing with the county. And we've already sponsored, there was reference to the fact that they're turning in their fellow taggers. And that's in part with the program that we instituted. We bought over 1 million hits on the MySpace account so that the picture goes up with a reward for $500 for anyone that turns in a tagger. This has led to over 26 arrests since December and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage in each of these done. We've also put together a Realtor Community Pride Zone program where we have community realtors going out and painting over areas in affected communities. We've also sponsored billboards advertising the hotline, which they just gave you the number. And we're also part of the Southern Nevada Graffiti Coalition, and they have always said, law enforcement has always told us that this is a very serious property crime, and that any time you see a crime in progress, that you call 911. Not 311, it's 911. And that is a conflicting opinion that I just heard, but I've worked with Officer Black, we've worked with the county very diligently on this. And it's something where if the city is really interested in getting involved, then your painters are doing a very good job, but it's just keeping up with the problem that's happening. We're out there talking to the judges every day and making sure that they're enforcing the laws that are out there. We really applaud the efforts of the city and making sure this legislation passes. But I encourage you to work with these private-public partnerships because this is probably one of the biggest issues affecting our industry, our business, and our image. And affects the image of the city in a huge, huge way.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes, one thing. Mr. Harson, where are you? Are you able to tell us, Mr. Harson, how much the city spends each year as far as cleaning up the graffiti?
Actually, we estimate that we spend easily over $100,000 a year in paint and materials alone. Add to that, the labor cost has probably about another $100,000.
All right, I thought it was a lot higher than that. Yeah. I think you're low.
Real quickly, Mayor Goodman. Kip, I don't know if you can hear me. Kip?
Mr. Cooper?
I'd be very interested to see the results of the 26 arrests. So if we could have staff maybe work with Kip to find out are they arrests in the city, the county, whatever, so we can track at least what's happened to the persons that have been arrested, and let's see what our prosecutors and our judges are doing. He's not listening to me, Chris, but we'll just contact Kip.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we're going to move on. Yes, sir.
Jerry Neal, West Las Vegas. I think what the city should do about this issue is to create some type of event. Give these people a reason to do what they do in a place where they can do it and do it legally, to compete against one another for some type of prize.
I'll give him a prize. Okay. Yes.
I was almost done. I only had 4 bills to go.
I'll do it quickly, will you?
I will do it. I will cut 2 of them out of the mix, and if you have questions about them, I'm happy to answer them. But one bill is, I'd mentioned AB 102. It did pass. It is the redevelopment bill that reflects what the council had adopted in its resolution on eminent domain. And then lastly, I just wanted to give credit to Councilman Ross on AB 288. I meant to do that last council. He went up and testified on a bill that is an appropriation for funding in Floyd Lamb State Park, and did a wonderful job for us. And that bill has moved on, and we hope that at some point in time it gets passed with everybody. But I just wanted to give him credit for helping our lobby team out up there at the request of Assemblywoman Kirkpatrick. So with that, I'll close my report.
Just one brief comment to Mr. Knight. You know I didn't do that by myself, so I appreciate your help as well, Mr. Knight.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, are there any questions of Mr. Knight? May I have a motion, please?
I would move to accept the report.
All right, thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. I understand that the youngsters from the Student Council have to get on with their business, probably back to school. And we want to thank you very much for being with us today. I know when they grow up, we're not going to have any problems with them. That's for darn sure. So thanks for coming and joining us.
Thanks, buddy.
You're excused.
Thank you, lady. You're a pretty girl.
See you later. All right, item 38, discussion and possible action to accept the business plan for a proposed regional public safety complex proposed in the vicinity of I-215 and Wallapai Way, and authorize the city manager to present the project to the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition. This is in Ward 6. Dr. Selby.
Mayor and Council, before we have a short presentation for you on this topic, I just wanted to share a few introductory comments. Ever since 9/11, the issue of cooperation and communication among all our public safety entities has been paramount among our public safety professionals as never before. Under the leadership of the sheriff and with the assistance of Deputy Manager Fretwell, we've been working on this concept of a regional public safety complex, which has garnered the support of our congressional delegation as well as many others. And so with that, I'll ask Betsy to make some additional comments and to introduce Dr. Sheila Conway, who's got a business plan to share with you.
Very good. Ms. Fretwell.
I'll be very brief. As you know, Clark County conducted a study as a part of their Yucca Mountain preparatory work and the way we can use the Department of Energy's monies. And Dr. Conway did some preliminary research for them. As a result of that research, it indicated that we really needed to have a regional public safety center like the one she's about to describe for you. As a result, we used some congressional funding that we received to support the creation of this regional public safety complex that I believe Congresswoman Berkeley helped find for us to help pay for this second study that is being presented before you today that's resulted in a proposed business plan for this regional public safety complex. And there are basically 3 components to it, which I'm sure Dr. Conway will describe for you. But we really do think this is a huge step in the right direction to create an integrated regional response plan. And as you know, based on some of the articles that have appeared recently in the paper, it is really critical that we train, coordinate, and communicate regionally to be prepared for any disaster of any type, whether it be natural or man-made. So with that, Mayor, what I'd like to do is introduce Dr. Conway. She has been doing risk assessments for over 20 years. She's very respected in this field. She's presented to you before, and I'll turn it over to her for her presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Fretwell. Dr. Conway.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back in front of you today to talk about what is probably one of the most important projects that I've had the opportunity to work on in the 10 years that I've been working in the Valley here. As Betsy suggested to you, what we did was we started out with we do public safety impact assessments with each of the cities as well as with the county every other year. Because of that, we've developed a real rapport and an understanding of where our challenges are with the rapid growth that we're facing in the Valley and what our assets are. And one of the things that started to come up continuously after 9/11, but particularly in our 2005 update, was the need for a regional emergency operations center and to bring together the assets of the Valley to better leverage them. So what we did, we developed what we did was a feasibility study first, where we interviewed all of the public safety agencies across the Valley, fire, police, emergency management in all of the jurisdictions, and developed from that a consensus that there was truly a need for this type of facility. We also recognized that at the same time, the local emergency planning had identified as part of their urban area security initiative the need for a regional emergency operation. In addition, the State Homeland Security Commission had commissioned the University of Nevada, Las Vegas to conduct a study on the Nevada Vulnerability Threat Assessment, which you may have read about some of the results of in the last weekend's paper. But one of their recommendations that came out in their summary report was the need within the Las Vegas Valley to have a regional public safety complex designed with some of the influences that have been used in the Washoe County facility, which is a partnership between Washoe County, the City of Reno, and the City of Sparks, and that facility was an important recommendation to the State Homeland Security Commission for funding. In addition, there has been a great deal of interest, as we've discussed this with the congressional delegation, about funding and supporting such a facility, and Senator Reid had specifically requested that a business plan be prepared. When we started out, we were looking at just a regional emergency operations center. As you know, the current regional emergency operations center is housed over in Clark County in the government center. And we had looked at that facility and looked at what some of the shortcomings of that facility were. As we assembled a group, and that included representation from police, fire, and emergency management from each of the cities as well as the county, we identified a list of functions, and it grew past what we had originally proposed to include incident coordination and resource tracking, an area command, a 911 dispatch center, a home for the intelligent fusion center that has come forward, a home for the armory unit, as well as training facilities, and a home for the critical infrastructure protection program. These functions were agreed to in a course of meetings that we had facilitated from late December through the end of March for all of these organizations. They spent every other week, 5 hours at a time, trying to come to consensus on what needed to be done, and these were the recommendations from that. Out of that, we looked at we worked with Coomer, Camphor, Bonner, Renshaw, and Ferraro to look at the legal analysis of what might be necessary for us to proceed on this type of project. We also did a look at the federal funding sources that might be available and how to best leverage them with what was already going on in the Valley. We've come up with a 3-phase approach for a regional public safety complex. Phase 1 including the Intelligent Fusion Center, the Armor Facility, and a new regional emergency operations center at a cost of about $29.8 million. Phase 2 of the project is to build a regional 911 communication center at about $11.6 million, and Phase 3 being a public safety training center at about $9.9 million. We've developed these as we brought this group together, we brought in experts from across the country, including from the Washoe County facility, but from King County, Seattle, where they also have a joint facility, and we examined over 36 facilities in detail, so that we have looked at the costs in comparison to what these other facilities have, and looked at the types of services that are within these facilities. We've also come up with a preliminary funding plan on how this would be done. Remember, this plan was designed in a phased approach to be able to incorporate the maximum leveraging of federal dollars and to minimize the impact on all of the local jurisdictions for their share of this. And the detail behind these numbers are completely detailed in the report. We also looked at what the operations cost for such a facility would be and how to leverage the federal dollars for that. My comments to you on our costing of this. We have been very conservative as we have looked at the federal dollars available, and the reason that we chose that was because we know that the Homeland Security dollars that are already coming into the Valley, into the various public safety agencies, are already being used for a number of purposes. And we did not want to negatively impact any of the ongoing services in any way. So we came up with very conservative forecast for what federal dollars would be available, and we do think that there would be significantly more dollars available than we've outlined. We've identified a number of next steps that we believe. We're before you today, and we have we're bringing this forward in front of all of the city councils and before the Board of County Commissioners. We've prepared this business plan for the city. We have been very appreciative of the leadership role that was taken by the city in moving this forward, particularly through your emergency manager, through your fire department, and through Sheriff Gillespie and his staff, who have been very, very helpful in providing the leadership on this. We believe that for the next types of decisions, we need to take this to a decision-making level, where we need to partner with, if we're going to bring this as a regional facility forward, to take it to the SNRPC so that they can bring into play the policymakers for particularly the decisions around governance and funding allocation formulas. That this is moving past the level of staff expertise that we've been so lucky to have, but needing at this point those types of policy decision support. We also need to, we've been providing the business plan to the congressional delegation. We have had very good feedback, and in our briefing of staffs within the cities, we've had very positive feedback at the city manager levels. The next steps also include the need to develop a detailed federal funding plan, which basically says which funding are you receiving, when are we going to leverage that piece of funding, so that we know how, and we have a script, a map for going forward, a need for a detailed private sector funding plan. What we found when we looked at the facility, Regional Emergency Operations Center and the Regional Public Safety Complex Center, both in New York and Seattle, was the need to have bring in the private sector. And we did find that the private sector have played a great deal of contribution. In the New York facility, they have contributed all of the communications equipment, and they are paying half of the operations costs. In King County, in Seattle, they have Boeing and Microsoft are contributing over half of the communications equipment that went into that facility, as well as some of the construction costs. We believe that this is a project of such regional significance and affects our tourism industry that we should be looking for developing a detailed private sector funding plan, a local revenue plan, and to go into the next steps of siting. We have developed siting criteria as part of this business plan for implementation.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Does that conclude the presentation?
That does.
I have a couple of suggestions. Before we have our Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition meeting, I think it would be a good idea for you to meet with the various members who will be briefed on what the issues are, so we can have a meaningful discussion there.
Absolutely.
I'm also going to suggest that because this does have a direct impact on tourism, that a presentation be made to the LVCVA, to the Convention Authority. I think that will be one of the first steps to bring the private sector into the equation.
Absolutely.
Are there any comments or questions of Dr. Conway? All right, thank you for the report. We appreciate that. May I have a motion, please?
Your Honor, Councilman Ross had to go upstairs, so he asked me to make a motion on his behalf to accept the report.
Right. Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. On to item 39. 39 is discussion and possible action regarding an exclusive negotiating agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and Palmer City Core Union Park Hotel, LLC, to undertake due diligence for the feasibility of developing a boutique hotel on Parcel G in Union Park, located on a portion of the undeveloped lot which is north of Bonneville Avenue, east of Grand Central Parkway, south of the Ogden Avenue underpass, and west of the Union Pacific Railroad. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. What you have before you is an exclusive negotiating agreement between City Parkway 5 and Palmer City Core Union Park Hotel, LLC, respecting the development of a boutique hotel and related retail and other development on a block within Union Park. What I've got on the overhead is a couple maps that really just to locate where this project would take place. The upper map shows the overall master plan for Union Park, and that the proposed development would occur in this center block, which we refer to as Block G in the master plan. That block is kind of blown up in the lower map, and we've got an arrow indicating that this is the actual project location. It's on what will be referred to as Symphony Park within the overall Union Park master plan. This is a project and an ENA. This is a 180-day ENA respecting a site which is 134,541 gross square feet. We've reached terms with the developer on this project in the ENA. We actually are in this ENA putting the terms of land sale at a price of $72 a square foot, or a gross sale price based on the current square footage of $9,686,952. That price represents the average of the two appraisals that we recently appraised this particular block for within Union Park. The developer is a joint venture partnership between City Core Development out of San Francisco and Mill Creek Hospitality, LLC, which is the Charlie Palmer Restaurant Group. This would be for development of a 4-star hotel with a minimum of 400 rooms. In your ASP, in your agenda summary page, we inadvertently had put 200 rooms of hotel and 100 condo hotel. The agreement actually stipulates a minimum of 400 rooms. Now, that will probably be a mix of hotel and some condo hotel units, and I think we'll have representatives here of the developer that can talk a little bit more about the development. In the agreement, we stipulate terms regarding our environmental remediation obligations that we cap at $12 a square foot. That's our standard obligation that we provided on developments that we brought to you up to this point in time. And this project, even though they are paying the average of two appraisals, will require, when we bring back a disposition and development agreement, a resolution making an AB 312 finding to make the resolution under the new state land disposition statute, because we didn't auction it, and it does represent the average of the two appraisals as opposed to the highest appraisal. But we believe this was a very good business deal for the city. It represents a very good first private business deal, one of the first ones coming on the heels of the World Jewelry Center, and we're very excited that this project moves forward. Let me just point out something else about the agreement. The agreement is not effective until the next agenda item, we actually move the Performing Arts Center block. As you know, there are 6 blocks that we dedicated development rights to Newland Communities under our master agreement with Newland Communities. This is one of those blocks. So the next agenda item swaps a block to make this block available to City Core Charlie Palmer. The other thing is it's subject to the Performing Arts Center's current rights, and I have on the overhead, if I can, I don't know if I can, we can blow that up, pull that up a little bit. No, this one's fine. What it shows on the overhead is there is it shows the site that we currently have under agreement with the Performing Arts Center. That site was the site we committed to them under the original Related Companies master plan, which was the only master plan that was available at the time that we entered into the agreement with the Performing Arts Center. I just got a commitment the other day from the Performing Arts Center leadership that all the issues that we've worked through in terms of an amendment to their agreement to move this site from the former site, which is this semicircular site, which was the old Related master plan site, to the site that they're currently designing the project to. That amendment will be coming forward, we hope, at your next council meeting. Now, this agreement that we're entering into today is not effective until that amendment actually takes place, because right now they have the development rights to a portion of this site, and I needed to make that disclosure now because it's subject to Newland's rights and it's subject to PAC's rights. As soon as those are cleared out of the way, I think these gentlemen are ready to go. So with all those disclosures made and an overview of the project, staff recommends approval. We do have representatives here, Rick Kaufman and company, representing Citicorp, and they have a brief presentation. Would love to answer any questions and give you an overview of their project.
Very good. Be happy to hear from you, gentlemen.
Your Honor and members of the City Council, Doug Lean with the Charlie Palmer Hotel Group. Thank you very much for seeing us today, and we're very excited about this project. Mr. Adams has done a very good job of explaining the business points on this deal, and I wanted to introduce Mr. Rick Kaufman, the CEO of Citicorp Development out of San Francisco, and Mr. Richard Feminella, the CFO of the Charlie Palmer Group of New York City and Las Vegas, and they would like to answer any questions and give you a little brief overview on this project, exciting project.
Very good. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, we appreciate your consideration of our proposal. Our project, as Mr. Adams explained, is not less than 400 rooms, condo hotel in Union Park. It includes 2 restaurants, which will be Charlie Palmer restaurants, and all the amenities that a property of that caliber and magnitude will provide both to Union Park and the community as a whole, as well as the visitors to the hotel. We're excited to be the first private development in Union Park. I think it's the best place for us to be, and excited to be a part of the community there. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. I think there's a second private
Yes,
development.
I need to correct that. World Jewelry Center was number one.
Second.
Yeah, we don't want to forget about a 60-story building.
Yes, sir. One more private. Thank you.
Mr. Feminella.
I'd just like to reiterate what Mr. Kaufman said. I really appreciate your consideration for this, and I guarantee that we'll provide a fabulous project and amenity to the city of Las Vegas with this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're all the masters of understatement this morning. I don't know why everybody's so quiet about this. This is a huge project. I mean, this is something that is going to breathe such energy into the Union Park 61-acre project. Because it's going to be the flagship, as I understand it, of this new venture using Charlie Palmer as the logo, in effect. And everybody knows that Mr. Palmer is the premier chef with a great steakhouse over at the Four Seasons, and that's no slouch, that's for sure, and has Oriole, which is world recognized as one of the finest restaurants. And as I understand it, this is the first of this kind of project and will become symbolic for other projects of this nature around the world. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. A very exciting presentation. Define boutique hotel. How many stories? What's the square foot area? And the rental rates of the hotel rooms? Thank you.
I don't think they're there yet. Those are matters that will be discussed during the negotiation
yes, sir.
period. Thank you.
I would comment that a boutique hotel in Las Vegas is much larger than a boutique hotel that you find in other cities. Boutique hotel in New Orleans was 100 rooms. A boutique hotel in Las Vegas is 400 rooms at least. It's a very high-quality, upscale product with a very intimate atmosphere. This would be a business-only hotel, and it's something that we've had in the master plan of Union Park for quite some time.
Yes, and that's the point to make on it, is we're not requesting this to be anything to do with gaming whatsoever. And now that we have our set boundaries, we'll be able to move forward ahead on planning.
Terrific. Thank you very much. All right, any other comments or questions? Councilwoman, please.
Good morning. I am so excited about this project, and I want to thank Mr. Lean, Mr. Kaufman, and Mr. Fiminella for coming in and briefing me and giving me such a wonderful overview of what you plan to do. I think that the ENA is the appropriate thing to allow at this time, and I look forward to actually a world-class hotel, non-gaming, being in Union Park. And with that, Mayor and City Council, I'd like to move to approve the ENA for the 180 days.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And isn't it nice that this is being born on your watch? So you'll have the opportunity, Councilwoman,
Fantastic.
to follow this, and
Yes.
it's a feather in your cap.
Thank you.
We would like to thank the council and Councilwoman Williams for taking the time and working so diligently with us, and also all the hours spent with staff with us. It's been a great experience so far.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item number 40 is discussion and possible action regarding a third amendment to the project management and consulting agreement by and among City Parkway 5, Inc., the City of Las Vegas, and Newland Communities, LLC, for the project management of Union Park, located north of Bonneville Avenue, east of Grand Central Parkway, south of the Ogden Avenue underpass, and west of the Union Pacific Railroad line in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams again, Office of Business Development. This is the item that I mentioned in the previous one that's companion to the last one. When we entered into our agreement with Newland Communities, we committed to Newland Communities certain blocks as development rights to them that were really the blocks that contain the predominant residential and retail components of Union Park. When we entered into the original agreement, we again were using the related company's master plan. When they completed their master plan, we converted their block rights to the blocks in their master plan and gave them 6 blocks, the 6 core blocks of Union Park. One of those obviously conflicted with the block that Citicorp would like to build their boutique hotel on. So what we've done is we've had discussions with Newland about swapping a different block to replace that block that they would lose by virtue of the Citicorp development going forward. And we've selected Block L, which is this block here in the overall plan. They originally had rights to all of these blocks in the center, and we're taking this block out. So with this amendment would substitute this block as an additional block right to them in exchange for the removal of the block for Citicorp. What it does is it restates some of the deadlines and time periods under which they would purchase and develop their blocks. It provides for a slight delay of their takedown and actual construction deadline for their first block. That's due to the fact that they actually now have to go back and replan the first block. That's the block that's left as a result of Citicorp taking out their block. And then they have committed to move forward with Block C, which is this block right here, as the companion block to their first block that would then come shortly behind that. Is really, we're really kind of referring to those as really 1A and 1B. There's a first block that they'll get going on right away, and then there's a second block that will come right behind it that represents their first phase of their master planning of those 6 blocks. So that's really the amendment in a nutshell. There are some other details that are really restatements of other provisions we had in the agreement, but the essence of what we're doing is really swapping out the blocks so that we can make way for this Citicorp development, and then establishing new deadlines for them actually bringing their site both under purchase and development. And here to answer any questions is Rita Brandon with Newland Communities.
Fine. I'd like to correct one, perhaps statement that you made that could be subject to some misinterpretation. You said we gave them 6 blocks. The truth of the matter is we are providing 6 blocks that they are going to be paying fair market value on.
That's correct. That's correct. The master agreement does provide a process for appraisal, and that we would sell these blocks to Newland Communities under an appraisal procedure that's laid out in the agreement.
Thank you. Ms. Brandon.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. Rita Brandon with Newland Communities. I'll just speak briefly. We were able to meet with all of the council members and the mayor regarding both the City Corps Charlie Palmer agreement as well as this agreement. I want to mimic the support by Newland of the City Corps and Charlie Palmer development, which is what we internally made the decision to work with staff to swap this block. We intend to be under construction on our first block, which is F, by the fall of next year, pursuant to the agreement, and we're hoping that we can parallel the construction timeline that City Corps Charlie Palmer will be undertaking as well. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Adams or Ms. Brandon? All right, yes? Very good.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I commend the Newland Group and OBD, Director of Staff, and all persons involved in this particular exemplary project. But I have an important question. When and where was the subject planning and development project opened for public participation in the democratic process at the pre-decision-making stage? And if never or not, why not? I'd like to have that response on the public record at your convenience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Could we have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I make the motion to approve item number 40.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 42 is discussion and possible action on the fiscal year 2008 funding of capital projects. I'll be right back.
Mr. Vincent, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mark Vincent, Finance and Business Services. I thought it might be helpful just to give a quick update of where we are with this process. It may be helpful.
Was you able to go over this with all the council members?
Pardon me?
Was you able to go over this with all the council members?
Yes. First of all, let me just cover a little bit about where we are. Back in March 14th, we had our budget workshop where we talked about the impending issues we were having with revenues. Dr. Selby this morning talked a little bit about the performance of CTAC since then. On April 9th, we met again at a strategic planning workshop to begin to talk through our capital process, and we were asked to identify some other revenue sources. There were some projects that were identified that council wanted some additional briefing on, and we did those briefings both last week and this week. As a result of that work, there is an attachment to this item which was titled as proposed CIP, proposed fiscal year 08 CIP allocations. As a result of the briefings from last week and this week, which should be no surprise to you, we do have some changes, and I just would like to get those on the record if I could. The first change is we have reallocated $1.55 million of Ward 6 residential construction tax. They were no longer needed on the Centennial Hills Park Phase 3, and they were reallocated to a park project identified as Tropical in Durango, also in Ward 6. Similarly, we reallocated $0.37 million of Ward 6 residential construction funds that were no longer needed in Iron Mountain Fort Apache, and those were reallocated also to Ward 6 Tropical Durango Park. Another change that we made in our sources, we, through a little more critical look at our budgets for our fire stations, we felt we were able to reduce the budget on the Fire Station 48 construction by $3.1 million and still produce a fire station that will meet the fire department's standards. And that freed up $3.1 million, and that was proposed to be redirected to the Ward 2 Pavilion Pool Enclosure, the natatorium. And as far as uses, we also have now reduced similarly the budget for Fire Station 49 to a new target level, and that also freed up $3.1 million that was also redirected to the Ward 2 natatorium. In Ward 2, as a recipient of that $6.2 million, that is proposed to be allocated to the pool enclosure, the natatorium in Ward 2, up by the pavilion, for the pavilion pool. We also reallocated, in the next, there were three things we did. There were some residential construction tax that hadn't been identified, specific projects. We're going to go ahead and appropriate those for projects to be named at a later date. And so there was $1.4 million in Ward 3, $0.14 million in Ward 3, $1.36 million in Ward 4, and $0.34 million in Ward 5 that will be appropriated, but those projects will be named at a later time when respective council people know what specifically you want to allocate those funds to. And then finally, we were able to, as a result of the two Ward 6 projects that were no longer in need of residential construction tax, that $1.92 million is proposed to be reallocated to Ward 6 Tropical Durango project. So those are the changes that we're suggesting we make to the backup that you had. And with that, I do want to say a few more things. Our next budget hearing is by statute set for May 15th at 9 o'clock in the morning. We will be filing our budget with the state on June 1st. Having said that, it is normal for us in the course of any year to make minor adjustments to our capital project plan. It happens fairly routinely. It doesn't happen every meeting, but it probably happens once every couple of meetings, every couple of months. And so to the extent that the council does approve this list today, and that does get incorporated in our capital project plan, there's nothing in our process that says council can't bring the capital project plan back at any other time and review the projects and make determinations about the funding for those projects at a later date. In addition, I think I mentioned in our briefings that on the May 15th budget hearing, we're probably going to recommend an additional budget policy whereby we will have more routine, perhaps every 6 months, review of the status of our capital project plan, so that you will know where those projects are. Are they in design? Are they under construction? Are those projects still necessary? It gives council an opportunity to rethink where you've allocated those funds. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions of Mr. Vincent? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, I want to just thank Mark and City Manager's Office for their hard work on this item. I think that it really benefits the whole city of Las Vegas. And with those comments, Page, I'll make a motion for approval, please.
All right, thanks. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so that nobody is under another false impression, we were very well briefed and very fully briefed on all these matters before Mr. Vincent made the public presentation on it. All right. Item 43 is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of denial for a family home child care facility license for Leah Hernandez at 9108 Teal Lake Court in Ward 4. Is anybody here on behalf of Mr. Hernandez? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Charles Wright on behalf of Lee Hernandez. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Mr. Henry.
Good morning, Mayor. I'm William Henry, Senior Litigation Counsel for the City of Las Vegas. I'm here with Carol Meyer. This is an appeal from a denial of an application for a child care licensing board. The application, or license, the application was made to the board. Under 6.24.110, subparagraph D of the Las Vegas Municipal Code, the standard of review is that this is a review on the record. That is, the council, in considering facts, in my view, is confined to the facts that were presented to the Child Care Licensing Board, the findings of fact and conclusions of law made by that board, and any evidence submitted to them. In your backup, you have the minutes of the proceeding before the board that were pretty detailed as to the testimony of the witnesses. You have the findings of fact, conclusions of law signed by the acting board chairman, and you also have some photographs of a 2-year-old child that was presented to the board. Having said that, the burden, as is the case in any appeal, is on the appellant, and I'll turn it over to counsel.
Very good. Before you go forward, Mr. Wright, Mr. Jervik, for reasons which I cannot recall, I think there was a time that I abstained from matters involving child licensing because my wife, as the chairman and president of the Meadows School, has to go through a licensing process with the child licensing division. I just don't see that disqualifying me.
I don't. My recollection is the same, Your Honor, is that because your wife is subject to regulation by the same board from which this appeal is coming before you today, you have elected in the past to disclose and abstain. I think disclosure is at most what you need to do. Abstention is only appropriate if you feel you can't be objective.
No, I can be objective. All right, Mr. Wright, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we appeal based on each of the 3 bases that the board recommended denial upon. And we start with the license required. Under 624.50, the license required statute does not include penalties that constitute a life sentence against operating a daycare in home. And we would contend, Your Honor, that while my client has admitted that she operated without a license, that she did bring herself into compliance, or has attempted to bring herself into compliance, and has met a brick wall in that. And this ban, essentially, as she has been told by the investigators, constitutes never being licensed because she operated without a license. That would be unlike any other license that I'm familiar with in the state or city. If you practice law without a license, you can still become licensed. If you contract without a license, you can still become a licensed contractor. This view would seem contrary, and while we acknowledge the precious nature of this license and that it is the license that is one of the highest regard that this council has a responsibility to guard, that nothing under the license required statute would prevent her from becoming licensed. Secondly, the concerns that were addressed as to the unsuitability of the home atmosphere, we have pictures that we would be pleased to share with the council of the environment, and to address the pictures that were included. These pictures that are in your packets of the 2-year-old, I have a letter from the mother who has stated that she would like to have her child back in the care of Ms. Hernandez.
Pardon me, counsel. Your Honor, of course it's at your discretion, but as I said, if this is viewed as a appeal on the record below.
I understand that, but this is the most incredible thing that I've ever heard in my life. With all due respect, counsel, I'm not saying from you, but for the mother of this child whose pictures we have, to want the child back in that environment, to me, is absolutely mind-boggling.
Your Honor,
I mean, mind-boggling.
Your Honor, I shared the same view when I saw them. They were quite shocking. However, this was done by Ms. Hernandez's 12-year-old boy in response to a bite or bites that were exacted by the 2-year-old. It was inappropriate, and it was...
Inappropriate? He could be charged...
It's egregious, Your Honor.
Could be charged with murder.
I think that would be a little severe.
No, I'm saying if this child had died from those bruises which were inflicted on him, I've represented people like that who are facing murder charges.
Your Honor, and I would like to point out that no charges were brought on these, no matter how egregious these were.
I can't believe that either.
Metro investigated and found no cause for any charges to be brought.
What, those bruises came out of nowhere?
Your Honor, that wasn't the claim. That was not the claim that they came out of nowhere. This was a result of the 12-year-old son in the home. These are carpet burns. They're not bruises. When Metro investigated the incident, they found no cause to pursue abuse or neglect charges.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, the grounds for refusal, if we could go back to the 2-year-old, the mother did and has. She wanted to be here on Leah's behalf today and couldn't because of the abeyance. It conflicted with her schedule.
Well, when is it convenient for her to be here?
Your Honor, we could put that out, and we would be very pleased to be back in front of the council with her.
I'd be pleased to have her in front of us. How do you like that?
Your Honor,
and
could we put this to abeyance until then?
Yeah. I'm going to move that it be held in abeyance until then. I want to see the mother who wants to have this child put back into that kind of environment. That's what I want to see. I want to see her on TV. I move that this be obeyed for 2 weeks. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries, and I'm directing you, counsel, respectfully, of course, recognize you don't have any direct control over the mother, to please tell the mother that I expect her to be here.
We will compel her and we'll send her your wishes, Father.
Thank you.
If I could, Your Honor, I would like to just take a minute to go back to your question regarding your abstentions before your disclosure.
Yes.
I think that was appointments to the Child Care Licensing Board.
Absolutely correct.
And that's why you abstained and disclosed. This is different because it's a vote of an appeal.
Absolutely correct. Thank you. All right, item 44 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license subject to provisions of the planning and fire codes for Russell M.D., doing business as Tranquil Gardens Massage at 3900 North Rancho Drive in Suite 107. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor and members of the council, today Mr. M.D. is here to seek temporary approval of a massage establishment license. The criteria for seeking a massage establishment license on a temporary basis is, number one, the applicant does have to be preliminarily suitable for the license, and number two, the appropriateness of the location. I say this is because this location has been subject to many massage establishment license applicants before us, dating back to August of 2005. I'll start with Manny Massage, which the council denied the permanent license for that location. A Rancho Massage also was denied a permanent license for that location. Lately, in 2006, A Wellness Massage was given a temporary license and then sold the business to another individual who came before us as Wellness Massage. Her license application was given a temporary approval. However, she was denied a permanent license back in February of this year. And this is no reflection of Mr. M.D. at all on his personal background, but I have concerns about a massage establishment at this location. Today, council has two options. One, they could approve a temporary license with conditions based upon Mr. M.D. being preliminary suitable, or two, they could direct staff to strike from the agenda and bring this application back when the investigation on Mr. M.D. has been completed by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. So I offer that as two options to take action on this license.
All right, thank you. Mr. M.D.
I don't have anything to say.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. DiFiore or Mr. M.D.? All right, Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. M.D., I do have something to say.
Okay.
This location has been a canker sore in Ward 6. And I'm going to tell you that as you go through this process. We don't take these things very lightly. After all of the challenges we've had with this location already, I'm really shocked to see you here today. You didn't want to sell motorcycle parts or something else out of that store?
No.
I'm going to follow Mr. DiFiore's recommendation number 2, and that is move to strike agenda item 44 until your complete histories come back to us and Metro's had enough time to review your background. This is a serious issue with me and the residents in Ward 6. That corridor is challenged enough without creating more challenges, and you may be absolutely suitable and run a great business over there. And if that's the case, we're going to help you do that. But we'd like to see you back here, or I'd like to see you back here after that investigation is done. That's my motion, Your Honor.
Okay, how much time, how do we get it with a particular date? How do we handle this?
Mayor, what happens was the police report comes back to my office, and then we schedule it on the next available agenda.
All right, so that's the motion. Now, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 45 and 46. 45 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler off-sale license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes and Health Department regulations for Fab Fred LLC, doing business as Fabulous Freddy's Car Wash at 7155 Grand Montecito. That's in Ward 6. And 46 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new restricted gaming license for 7 slots at that same location. And that, of course, is in Ward 6 as well. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, on each item, the applicant does today meet the criteria for consideration of temporary approval of both the beer wine cooler off-sale license and also the restricted gaming license for 7 slots. And my recommendation on both items would be to approve temporary licenses for each.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sean Huggins for the applicant, 528 South Casino Center. Fred Smith, the owner, who is standing behind me, can answer any questions you may have. We would ask for your approval. This is a brand-new property. It'll be open hopefully Friday with your approval and consideration today. Health permit was issued yesterday. I know that was one of the concerns. We're getting planning and fire today, so everything should be in line to open, and we request your approval.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of either gentleman? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Huggins, this is Fred Smith.
This is Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, would you approach the microphone there? You are Fabulous Freddy, am I right?
I am.
You're famous.
I don't know about that, but okay.
I want to let my colleagues know, and all in earshot, you've got the best car wash in town.
Oh, I definitely agree with that.
I'm going to get picked on. Councilman Williams is going to pick on me. But I would move to approve agenda item 45, Your Honor, with all conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 46.
And likewise, Mr. Smith, continue the good work as you're doing out there in the community, and move to approve agenda item 46 with all conditions.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
We'll see you all Saturday.
Item 47 is discussion and possible action regarding a 60-day review for a nonprofit club license for the VFW post number 10057 at 1905 H Street. Albert Young, canteen manager. This is in Ward 5. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, 60 days ago we heard a review of Mr. Young as canteen manager for the VFW post 10,057. At that time, the council did approve him on a permanent basis as canteen manager. At that time, he also requested an extension of the hours for closing the business operation from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. As such, the council did grant him extension of the hours, but with a 60-day review. I'm here today to report that after 60 days, calls for service that were generated outside of Metro were 6 for the 60 days, and only 1 calls for service came between the hours of 10 p.m. and 12 midnight. So I believe that things have improved significantly over there. I would like to suggest to Mr. Young to keep on top of all of the work card requirements, alcohol requirements, and so forth. But I don't have anything further for review as a recommendation. However, as we do with all businesses, if we get calls from Metro and have some concerns, we will bring it back before the council at some time in the future.
Very good. Mr. Young.
Thank you. No comment.
Okay. That's you're ahead. You're ahead. You're a smart man. All right. Councilwoman. Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. 49 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license, Verona Garden LLC, doing business as Verona Garden Salon and Spa at 7331 West Lake Mead Boulevard in Ward 5. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, today the applicant does meet the requirements for the criteria for consideration of temporary approval of a new massage establishment license. And just to clarify, this was an existing salon and spa. It was formerly known as Destinations, which did have a massage establishment license there. Massage establishment licenses are non-transferable, so the applicant today is here for a new massage, but he's taking over the entire business as well.
Fine, thank you. Yes, sir.
No comment.
No, you have to give us a name before you say no comment. What's your name, please?
I'm Hak-sung Kim.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any questions of either of the gentlemen? All right, Councilwoman. All right, let's vote, please.
Mayor Goodman, just as a matter of being overly cautious, I need to disclose once in a while I go into this gentleman's business for services. And I was told I have to disclose that, not the massage part of it.
Well, don't be so defensive, Councilman.
You're looking at me, though.
It's a legitimate business if we license it.
I go in there for other services.
We're not going there, okay? It's your wife's birthday.
Trouble is...
Okay. All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir. Okay, item 50 is discussion and possible action to rename Floyd Lamb State Park located at 9200 Tule Springs Road in Ward 6. Dr. Jackson.
Good morning. At the regular scheduled Park and Rec Advisory Commission on April 11th, the Park Naming Subcommittee recommended renaming Floyd Lamb State Park to Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs. This name change would become effective July 1 after the City of Las Vegas accepts the park from the State of Nevada. Staff is recommending approval. I'll offer it for your consideration.
Is there a reason for this?
It was brought before the board as a suggestion to rename the park, and the Park Advisory Board took it under consideration and is offering it. As we are asked to do, we follow through.
Okay, Councilor Ross.
If I can help
elaborate a little. Don't help too much, but help, please.
Okay. You do know we're taking over the park from the state July 1, and we're very excited about that. The historical nature of the park is very significant to Southern Nevada and Las Vegas, City of Las Vegas. There's has been a great big effort out there for many years to change the name of the park from Floyd Lamb's namesake back to Tule Springs. And my conversation with Senator Raggio a couple of weeks in Carson City, we asked if we could continue to keep Floyd Lamb's name associated with it, at the same time restore that historical value to this great valley and putting the name of Tule Springs back on with it. So it's Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs. So it kind of encompasses everyone's concerns and everyone's wishes out there throughout the entire valley. So
you like it too?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
That's fair enough. Okay. Did you? Yes.
Thank you very much for your ingenious approach. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, with a somewhat less ingenious, but perhaps more accurate approach. I recommend you name the park the Tule Springs Municipal Park, and you name the public restrooms the Floyd Lamb Commemorative Public Restrooms. You may recall Floyd Lamb was not only a trusted public official, he was also a convicted felon. And name a park after a convicted felon may be appropriate in the world-class city of Las Vegas in the minds of some people, but not in my mind. And I'm a majority of one. Congratulations on your action.
Okay. Any other comments? I'll say this. Councilman Ross and myself were out at Tule Springs, and I found it. Thank God there were signs for the Celtic fair. But I remember taking my kids there when they were young, and I remember how great it was. And then when I returned for that event, it really is. It's a phenomenal park. It really is. It's just unbelievable how peaceful it is out there. And the folks who are new to our community that may be watching us should take the opportunity to go out there, because it's like a billion miles away from the hustle and bustle of downtown Las Vegas and this community. It's a very special place. Just wanted to give it a little bit of a plug there.
Your Honor?
Yes.
If I may, and I certainly support Councilman Ross on this, I'd just ask staff a question. I haven't read the agreement in a while, but didn't it reference specifically that if we we're going to change the name, and I don't know if change or add on, again, I support what you're doing, but inadvertently, are we violating some agreement we made with the legislature?
Mr. Knight.
For the record, Chris Knight, Director of Administrative Services. In the legislative session about 3 sessions ago, Senate Bill 444 was adopted. In Section 2 of Senate Bill 444, Paragraph 2, it says, the City of Las Vegas may not change the name of the real property from a name which includes the name of Floyd Lamb unless the legislature approves the change by statute. So it's not very well written, as state legislature sometimes isn't, but what that means is we can't change the name away from Floyd Lamb without going back to the state legislature. The transfer agreement that you referenced takes that language straight out of Senate Bill 44 and is in the transfer agreement. So we are restricted from removing the name Floyd Lamb from this park without legislative approval.
But that would not prohibit us from adding to the name.
No, it does not.
Right.
Okay. All right, so it's Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Councilman Brown, and thank you, Your Honor, for your comments. I know it brought back fond memories of your children and spending family time at Floyd Lamb at Tule Springs. I, too, have fond memories as a child leaving town to go out in the middle of nowhere, and now it's in town. So we're excited about this. And Councilman Brown, I did a little homework, and I'm glad you asked that. So we're covering all our bases, and I've moved to follow staff's recommendation for approval, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding the disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Nevada Hand for the construction of 240 affordable assisted and independent living multifamily units for seniors located north and east of the intersection of Deer Springs Way and Decatur Boulevard in Ward 6. Mr. Harson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. This is a request to approve the disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Nevada Hand. The property is a 10-acre parcel located near Deer Springs Way and Decatur Boulevard and was conveyed to the city by BLM with the stipulation that it be developed for affordable housing. After going through an RFP process, the city accepted the proposal from Nevada Hand to develop a property with 240 affordable assisted and independent living units for seniors. The proposed development is very similar to the Silver Sky Assisted Living Facility in Ward 2. This is a much-needed high-quality development that will provide 240 affordable housing units to seniors. Mayor and Council has approved $2 million in home funds at your last council meeting to help with this project. And I have with me today Mike Mullins, the president of Nevada Hand, to give a brief presentation and answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm Mike Mullen with Nevada Hand. Basically, we are hoping to replicate the Silver Sky project, and actually the intent of the initial MALAC committee was to try to find a replicable model for affordable assisted living, and our Silver Sky project is the first one that is up and running. If any of the council members would love to come by, we'd show you a tour about that. It is a much needed affordable housing in general is needed. This is groundbreaking because it is the city has taken the leadership in providing the land and the home funds for these. So I would urge your positive consideration, and thank you for all the support and getting out in front of affordable assisted living for seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Any questions of Mr. Harson or Mr. Mullen? Yes.
Thank you for recognizing this senior person, Mr. Mayor. This appears to be a totally connected facility and not separated residence. Is that correct? It's all under one roof?
Yes, that's correct.
A rather institutional look from some perspectives. But the real question is, what's the square foot area and the rental rate of the units, Mr. Mayor?
That's a fair question. Mr. Mullen, are you in a position where you can say that?
Sure. This is an assisted facility living, as I said, as opposed to independent living. It will have some independent living units.
let me. It's proposed to be built in 3 phases. The independent living units have 1 and 2 bedroom units. Our average rent for a 1-bedroom unit is roughly about $400, and our average rent for a 2-bedroom unit is roughly $550. The square footage of a 2-bedroom unit is roughly around 800 square feet. 1-bedroom unit is roughly about 600 square feet. In the assisted living facility, that's 90 units. The units are a little smaller, but we provide help with activities of daily living, 3 meals a day, and depending on the level of service, the rent will vary somewhere between $1,700 or $1,800 a month to $2,500 a month, as opposed to market rate facilities where it's closer to $3,500 or $4,000 a month.
It's a splendid development and very well planned from all aspects. And how many units can a person reserve in advance at this time?
Okay.
How many?
Next, please.
Oh, how many?
1.
Okay, next.
1? You need to raise the price first of all. Mike.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. You know, this is the kind of work that I do every day. And I want to say, if you're going to do the independent living, and I have to be the one that might have to get a patient that's in that building, I need to know, are the bathrooms, are you going to have adjustable shower heads in the showers? Are the bathrooms going to be where the handicapped people in the wheelchairs can get in them? I need to know that, because I'm tired of people saying they're building senior complexes, and when you get there, they're just like a regular apartment and nothing's been set up and fixed up for a senior, and especially a disabled senior. So I need to know that.
Are you in a position to answer that at this time?
Well, I can tell you at the assisted living facility, there are a lot more wheelchair accessible roll-in showers, and but we make every effort. And I think I'd be glad to show you any of our independent facilities. We have we have the roll-in shower facilities, but we also have showers with benches and small steps, and and we're willing, obviously, to adapt to accommodate folks' needs.
And you know, and it don't cost much. If they order them by bulk, they can buy the adjustable shower heads instead of just putting up the regular old shower heads. They can buy adjustable ones and put adjustable shower heads up when you have to put people in the shower. And you know, that's the worst thing a senior ever fears, when you turn that water on and that shower hits them and you can't take the shower down and put it on them. So I hope these gonna come with adjustable shower heads, because I had one patient that was in Nevada Hands building, and we had to go in and put the adjustable shower head in. So I sure hope that's going to be happening, because you know, ain't no telling when I might show up on your property, have to take care of a patient. And Oscar, they're going to have independent living, so that's what Carolyn can put you in now.
Okay, anybody else? All right. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. This has been long anticipated, especially by me. I want to recognize the efforts of Assemblywoman Barbara Buckley and her efforts to make this a reality. I appreciate Mr. Mullins meeting with my neighbors out there in regards to this development, because it directly affects them. Fabulous location, fabulous product. I've heard nothing but great things about the one you already have done. That will be similar to this, and I would imagine that you've learned a few things on that one, and this one will be a better facility than the one in Councilman Wilson's ward. Is that correct?
Unfortunately for Councilman Wilson, we have learned from minor mistakes, and this will be a better iteration.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
They all look nicer than the ones in Ward 3. Please tell Bob.
I'm sorry?
I said they all look better than the ones in Ward 3, but please tell Bob.
All right, I'll tell Bob.
I want to point something out that's quite significant and important, that the residents who will reside here have to meet a certain income criteria, and that is below 60% of the median income for the area. And what a great thing to have. And I'll back up Mayor Pro Tem. I mean, we need to do this in more places throughout this city, not just in Ward 2 and Ward 6. I mean, there's a significant need, and it's wonderful that there's people out there addressing that. With that, Your Honor, I would,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could I
Certainly,
speak with
Councilman.
Councilman
Yes.
Ross? Beatrice was talking about some of the needs that the seniors have, and is there anything here where we are requiring that they have that in there? I'm talking about the ADA requirements and, for the wheelchairs, for the showers.
Your building codes assure that we have to have ADA requirements, accessible routes, fair housing
But I'm
laws.
talking about if we're calling it for seniors who need assisted living, then there are additional requirements there, and I don't know if do we have that? Do you have that taken care of in this?
well, this is just to enter into a negotiating agreement with HAM to do that. So
Okay.
as we go through that negotiating process, and Ms. Turner brings up some good issues.
She did, yes.
Mr. Mullins is already operating a couple of these type of facilities anyway, and understands the challenges that a lot of seniors have. I mean, dealing with my own seniors in my own home at one time, there's significant challenges then getting in and out of the shower and out of the restroom, and it's important that those be addressed. So as we move down the path, Councilwoman, I think he's already been notified that we're thinking about these things.
Well, we're watching because I also have what Councilman Reese has in Ward 1, which were a lot of residences for seniors under the Housing Authority. In fact, you and I have talked a little bit about that, but we have big problems. And so hopefully, as we are doing new things, we will eliminate those problems and maybe eventually get back to correcting some in the other
And that's the whole idea, Councilwoman. I mean, when I asked Mr. Mullins that, this product will be better than the one that he did last time, I mean, we learn as we go.
Right.
And I was actually just kind of giving Councilman Wilson a hard time. But even with those issues with the public housing issues, we're addressing those as well with the Las Vegas Housing
And I know
Authority.
you watched that carefully. I was
Yes,
just
I do, Councilwoman.
concerned that everything was there.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go on record to state that I know there are assisted living facilities in Ward 5. However, I know that there are none on the Old West Side, which is something that I'm very, very concerned with. And I know that moving older people or disabled people out of their element, so you say they've grown, they've lived in West Las Vegas all of their lives, and now all of a sudden they're not able to fully take care of themselves, and you move them out of their community into a foreign area, and it just debilitates them somewhat more. So I think attention needs to be paid in some way that we get one assisted living facility in West Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, may I have the motion, please?
The motion, Your Honor, is to direct staff to enter into a negotiating agreement with Nevada HAM.
This is actually the DDA.
Oh, this is the DDA. To enter the DDA to approve, follow staff recommendation on item 51.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you. All right. Item 52 is R30-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution amending the Lone Mountain Master Development Plan and Design Standards in Ward 4. Who will be making this presentation on behalf of the city? I was advised that Ms. Wheeler was going to do that. Should we put that over till this afternoon? All right. We'll and item 53 as well. All right. I think that we might ask Ms. Wheeler to make a very brief presentation this afternoon. If somebody would tell her very, very brief, and we will trail these items, 52 and 53, to this afternoon. All right. Okay. Item 54 is Local Law Enforcement Advisory Committee. Councilman Lawrence Weekly's term expires, and at this time, I would appoint Councilman Steve Wolfson to fill the vacancy. Can we vote on that, please? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 55 is Building and Safety Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee. Barry Duncan's term expires May 17, 2008. Mr. Duncan resigned, and the city manager recommends that Jim Chachas be the replacement representing the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. So unless we have another name, I would move for the appointment of Mr. Chachas. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Bill number 2007-19 authorizes the issuance of a local improvement district bond, Series 2007, for an amount not to exceed $1,724,000 for Special Improvement District number 1506, Fremont Street pedestrian improvements from Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street. Councilman Ross, do you wish to have the bill read, please?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2007-19, ordinance authorizing the issuance of registered local improvement district bond series 2007 for the Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1506, Fremont Street pedestrian improvements, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, to finance the construction of local improvements and providing for other matters related thereto.
Thank you. Did you want to be heard on this?
Yes, I will, briefly. Thank you, Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. As previously stated, the subject item is the inaccurate and incomplete product of a hidden agenda, expediently engaged in the misrepresentation, fraud, extortion of both public and private funds in furtherance of wholly subjective, limited specialized agenda, and thereas constitutes malfeasance of office and misfeasance of both public and private funds. Appropriate complaints will be filed with both state and federal investigative agencies pursuant to remediation in accordance with applicable law. A relevant side note, consent agenda item 13 is in violation of NRS 241, Nevada Open Meeting Law, and will also be to subject complaints. In respectful reminder, you're free to do whatever you choose, anytime you choose, any way you want to do it. Just stand accountable, liable, and responsible. That's all. I hope you do a lot more. Thank you.
Councilman Ross, you have a motion, please.
I do, sir. Move to approve agenda item 56.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 57 is bill number 2007-20, annexation number ANX 19561, property located on the south side of Deer Springs Way, approximately 330 feet west of Grand Canyon Drive. Councilman Ross, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 27-20, in order to extend the boundaries of the city to produce our line to be annexed, vacancies and habits, subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters.
All right. Do I have a motion, please?
Move to approve agenda item 57, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's see. 58 through 62, which are bills 2007-14 through 2007-18, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so there are no new bills, and the council meeting will be in recess, and we'll move on to our redevelopment agency meeting. The redevelopment agency meeting of May 2, 2007 is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Item number 3 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular redevelopment agency meeting of April 4, 2007. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. Minutes, please. I'll make a motion for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 4 is discussion and possible action regarding the Neonopolis Parking Validation Program for Rula Hayward LLC, located at 450 Fremont Street in Ward 5. Mr. Adams?
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. For the record, this matter is concerning the potential extension of the Neonopolis Parking Validation Program for Rula Hayward LLC. Just again to remind you of the background on this item, you have approved extensions of the validation program for parking at Neonopolis going back to September 10th, 2006. The latest extension you approved on April 4th at your RDA meeting of April 4th for 30 days to today, and the matter comes again before you. And I believe Mr. Rohit Joshi is here to address the RDA with respect to this matter.
All right, gentlemen.
Hi, Bill Marion, 3455 Cliff Shadows Parkway, here on behalf of Joshi and Associates. We have a couple of announcements that we want to make today. First, though, and I think that this is as much for the press's benefit as for the benefit of anybody who's on the council. The press has incorrectly identified this validation program as a free parking program for Neonopolis, and indeed it is not that. There is a parking charge for Neonopolis, and the validation program is to give a discount to the developer so that he can then pay for that and provide free parking to the constituents and to the customers who utilize Neonopolis. So, we all know that in Las Vegas, you can go to almost any movie theater and park for free. You can go to almost any restaurant and park for free, any retail center and park for free. To incur additional parking costs is a detriment to attracting customers and consumers to Neonopolis. So this is not a free program. It is a cost to the developer. That developer then provides free parking coupons to the customers who come to Neonopolis. So I just wanted to make that clear. Secondly, we have another announcement to make that as the project now is going to move forward, we've been working with the Office of Business Development. Neonopolis as a brand name has not necessarily been a very effective name. It has not been a very effective brand. So we are working on a new working title that may ultimately become the brand name for this project downtown, and that working title and that new brand may be Fremont Square. The concept Fremont Square borrows on the brand already of Fremont Street, the Fremont Street Experience, and the upcoming Fremont East Entertainment District. And being that it is centered in between both of those, as a square, it acts as the center for both of them, and so that it will both incorporate from and enhance the brand that Fremont Street already has. So we are now going to be using a new working title, Fremont Square. I'll now let Mr. Joshi talk about some of the new developments that are taking place with the continued development of Fremont Square.
Mayor, council members, I'm Joshi, a resident of Las Vegas. First thing I wanted to tell you is that we have a big convention coming up in Las Vegas for the International Council of Shopping Centers. And I guess, Mayor, you're also a speaker at that convention. And we'll be meeting a lot of retailers, restaurateurs, and also department stores. And we've made various meetings with them to discuss this particular plan that we are showing you right now. So we'll be very busy during the May 21st through the 24th, in which first thing to talk about is the department store. We've been discussing with 4 major chains throughout the country for Neonopolis to have or I should say Fremont Square now, to have a department store. There will be an 80,000 square feet store. It will be a national department store. They've got hundreds of locations throughout the country, and it will be good to have it as a major anchor in the north part of the Fremont Square building. And it will be an 80,000 square feet, 2-level department store. We've been working with them for about 4 months, 3 to 4 months, and they're all coming to the convention. Prior to that, we'll have meetings with the OBD and RDA to let them know. They've done a lot of research on the area. They've spent their own money with the brokers to create the analysis in the market, analysis for their participation at downtown area. So first is a department store. We think we can get a 2-level, 40,000 square feet plate for a department store to commit to this project in the coming months. Secondly, we have the theater we talked about last time with you, with live performance theater. We've been also proceeding in that particular development package. We are doing some plans on it. Construction allowances have been given, and we think that for $2 to $5 million we can build that theater. Thirdly, the restaurant and the retail stores. We only have, after those 2 items, we can easily get 3 to 4 retail stores of 4 to 8,000 square feet and about 5 restaurants, 3 to 8,000 square feet. So with that, the whole project could be entirely leased 100%. And we have also another good news about 2 radio stations and 1 TV station wants to also be a part on the 4th floor development of Fremont Square. With that, that's the leasing package that we'll be proposing in the next 2 to 3 months so that we can proceed with this project. If you have any questions right now of me.
I appreciate it. What's the old expression? You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, and I don't know whether you can make Fremont Square out of a Neonopolis, but, goes a lot deeper than the name. And I personally believe that the intersection of Las Vegas Boulevard and Fremont Street has to be one of the classic intersections in the world. Hollywood and Vine, Times Square, it's iconic, and this is a blight. It's a blight. I was just advised that the tenants are basically your interests, Mr. Rohit, Mr. Joshi, correct?
Yes.
And I was very concerned that I didn't want the tenants hurt regarding the parking, and I was trying to do something for them. But basically, it's helping you, at least indirectly, if not directly. I've also been advised by folks who I respect that they appreciate the fact that there's a validation program there, and they would not be using the movie facility in particular without that being available. So I guess I have to think in terms of not only you and your tenants, which are you, but also the customers who are benefiting from a pleasant experience, because the movie theaters are, in fact, outstanding movie theaters. They're hard to beat. The sound is great, the picture's great, the seats are comfortable. It's a wonderful, wonderful movie theater. So I don't want to punish them. I'm going to suggest, if it's agreeable with Councilwoman Williams, that we continue this over until after the ICSC convention. Hopefully, you'll make some progress there. I think rather than try to sell them Fremont Square, which plays somebody for the fool, you should sell them on Fremont Street and Las Vegas Boulevard as a great intersection.
That's
my advice to you.
Okay.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, Councilwoman Williams.
My recommendation is to grant an extension.
All right, for 30 days. We'll see you back then. Let's vote, please.
Thank you.
Post. Motion carries, and I hope, Mr. Marion, are you going to be assisting over the ICSC?
Yes, I will.
I hope you have a good location over there, where people will be able to find you. Okay? To get a little corner isn't going to do anybody any good, but that's money well spent if you get yourself a location. I'm going to try to tout you, to be honest with you, because I like to see you out of there. I am, when I make my speech or when I'm making my comments, I'm going to tell people that Neonopolis is a great site and they should buy it from you, okay? But don't rob them.
All right. Thank you.
All right, the motion is to June 6th. Let's vote, please. Oh, we did? Okay, I want to vote 10 times on this. All right, thank you. Okay, this is citizens' participation. Public comment during the portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the mic, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on, okay? Good.
Al Gallo, citizen of Las Vegas. I was in the original committee for the city of Las Vegas when we developed Fremont Street into Neonopolis. And then Neonopolis took us over a year to figure out what we were going to name it. But that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for the city of Las Vegas. If we don't have we have one attorney here. We're in violation of city charter right now. We have permitted a gentleman to file for city council in our ward, that is not qualified, and he has never lived in our ward until he signed up for that seat. So when the city clerk, the committee asked for where he lived and so forth, he put down that he lived in this ward, and he is not. He is in violation of City of Las Vegas charter, and I want his name removed from the ballot. Thank you.
It's city lets you go there. City lets you go. That's your really. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. your flawed policy of virtually planless and public excluded aggressive development and redevelopment of the downtown city of Las Vegas has caused the decline in the quality of life and opportunity for local residents least able to survive those socioeconomic impacts. Your failure to ensure reliable public mass transit services to residents of the Arts District in Ward 3 on First Fridays and during other special events is discriminatory and constitutes depraved indifference in the extreme. Complaints will be filed with the Attorney General of the State of Nevada and the Civil Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. In 6 months, a recall petition will be filed citing 2 members of the City Council as respondents. The written text of my public comment is submitted and requested inclusion in the meeting minutes in compliance with NRS 241, the Nevada Open Meeting Law. So I'm sure you're fully acquainted with by now. Thank you.
Next, please.
How you doing, Mayor and the Council? My name is Jeremiah Tasfaslase, and we have a business, Bonanza and H Street. This business we have almost 4 years, and still we don't get any alcohol license. I don't know why. This is a planning commission. They claim it is 3 churches. I don't see any 3 churches. They said 840 West Bonanza, 820, and 721. The only church is 721. I didn't see any 840 and 820 the church. We've been in this location almost 4 years without any problem, no incident, no ticket, no citation. Mayor, member of the council, we are a citizen and we are taxpayers too. We need alcohol license. So I met the councilwoman last week. She's a very nice lady. She's understanding our situation. So we need help to get alcohol license. We are very struggling to make money without alcohol license. So I don't see any problem why cannot get alcohol license. Last year, 1 bar is open next to the church. Nobody is saying nothing. Still they sell in alcohol. Why, if those people they sell in alcohol, why we cannot sell alcohol? I'm very frustrated, Mayor, because we don't have any criminal background. We've been in this location 4 years. Before we opened this business, was a lot of mess. I am the one that cleaned up this area. Nobody standing, nobody hanging. She saw the councilwoman by herself. She is a witness too. Thank you.
Thank you.
West Las Vegas, Jerry M. Neal. I have 2 issues to address before my 3 minutes is up. Mayor, councilmen, everybody, audience. The first issue I would like to address is the one Mr. spoke about a few minutes ago about Councilman, not Councilman, but Ricky Barlow. I don't know if any of you know it or not, but we really don't need Ricky Barlow to represent us. I know you do not, they can't vote, but you know what I'm saying. The people out there listening to me can vote. Because of his attitude, Mr. Barlow has a rather violent attitude. We found out that Mr. Barlow has domestic violence, beat his wife down, took the baby and ran. When I do things like that, I go to jail. Basically, that's all I want to say about that issue. And the man has a violent attitude. He approached me with a couple other people, threatened me about things that I said about him. Yes, sir, he has.
Who did?
Ricky Barlow.
Oh, I thought you said I did. Okay.
Oh, no, Mayor Goodman. I got a picture of you on the wall. Me and you cool. Me and you all right.
Just want to make sure.
I think I can say anything I want to say about you, and you're going to look at me and like, yeah, he done lost his mind. So, so anyway, the other issue is about Mr. Jimmy Store. We have been trying to help Mr. Jimmy get his license in there for alcohol. Mr. Jimmy has been a good tenant there. He has cleaned that area up. He's fixed the walls. He's gave beautification to the place. And the citizens, we collected signatures from the people that wanted to buy alcohol from there but could not buy alcohol. And we're talking about beer, wine, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it would be really a pleasure for the community to be able to purchase alcohol from that location. Okay? So now, y'all listening, right? Y'all listening to me now. I talked about Ricky Barlow and y'all got lost there for a minute, huh? Well, I didn't lie. Him and 3 other people, so kind of scared me there for a minute too. But anyway, we need that license for that alcohol. Oh yeah, and I got some proposals coming before you for $5,000 to buy some washing machines for my residents. So y'all think about that. Y'all might want to help me out.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you. Next, please.
Have mercy on me. Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. You know, we done went round and round in our community concerning this man and his store. Yes, the previous person was there, had some issues. They took his his beer and wine license, he shut down. This man has cleaned it up. I mean, you don't see no hanging out. He even got cameras up when you pull up. He should be entitled to make a living like anybody else that's in our community. You know, long as we sit here 7 years in bondage until the other one went on to the county, you know, it's time that we have businesses in our community just like anybody else. And you know, Mr. Neal just stood here and said what he went through on election day, you know, because he was out there working the poll, and that's true. He did go through that. And you know, and now since I'm not one who's going to be a Barlow supporter, you know, I'm taking many hits in my community. But see, they know the difference between me and Jerry. When they step to me, they better step to me real right, because if not, we ain't got to worry about the folks in the graffiti. Y'all have to worry about coming down there standing in court saying she was a good person and she didn't mean to do what she did. And as for that graffiti stuff that y'all doing, you know, and me and Jerry go back and forth about that graffiti, where, you know, we have kids come out of Marble Manor that wants to be spray painting. He's saying, well, they can't afford the spray paint, but if y'all don't get on these people with these yard sales, they're selling these, when they having yard sales and selling spray paint, because when you go in the store, they have to open it up when you buy it. When you go to the yard sales, they just have them sitting out in boxes where you can buy it. Because I went to a yard sale that's in the county that's across the street from Ross's area, and I told the lady, I said, you can't sell that spray paint, and she was selling about 50 cans of spray paint for $5. I said, you can't sell that because you gotta say, because the youth will buy that. And she said, oh no, I can sell this, and she sold it. And guess what, that next Saturday when I went through there looking for a yard sale, guess who wall was all spray painted? Her wall. So that's what she get for selling that box of spray paint for $5 to them youth. And I was sure hoping the county didn't get there no time soon with their slow self to go paint her wall, because she deserved that, because she sold it to them and they came right back and sprayed her wall, and she deserved that. And as for the county, when you call about the graffiti, I told you 2 weeks ago, dealing with the county is worthless. I'd rather call the city anytime about a problem than have to call the county, because they are worthless. And that 455 number they give you for graffiti, that's a county number. Call it and see next time you will get an answer, if you will get a response. You can call the city of Las Vegas, you will get a response for you will from the county. Thank you very much.
Would anybody else like to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll be back here at 1:30.
You had a question about something?
Yeah, there were the chambers open between the time. I just want to make sure which marshal is there.
I have no idea.
Okay, thank you so
Nice day.
much. I appreciate it.
Marshall Thompson.
I gotta find.
Yes, ma'am. No problem. Oh, yes, because it's supposed to be attached to the application form for the letter.
Here, can I give this to you, the state?
There's you?
Yeah, right behind you.
Oh, hold on. You guys just.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was, that's for, with the registration form. It said must accompany this or it won't be processed. Oh. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. All right, bye-bye. Sorry.
She said, well, she claimed the reason she couldn't go.
Huh? Who's here? Okay. And we're it.
Oh, look, yours too. You heard the story? See my glasses? No, I got mine last fall. She comes home with glasses a month ago and says, what do you think? Richardson. Yeah. Well, I'm sure one of his parents was not. Well, there were Irish that were in Right, they are Catholic, so. I'm just saying how the irony of it. No, I don't think because he's Mexican, I don't think he's no, he's an American. He wants to be president of the United States, and I'm sure as an American president, he's going to take note of office to do all the American people, just like Kennedy did, just like Barack Obama will have to do if he were to make it. Well, we don't know when that started. And the chickens didn't come from where were the chickens? They didn't say a state, which state was it? They get from Foster Farms. As far as I know, Foster Farms chickens are purebred. But our food chain is never been compromised by the chicken industry. Actually, I have no idea. Oh, it's compromised, definitely. And who do you blame that on? Well, definitely the FDA. They're obviously not. This country should be self-sufficient. Well, you're right. Absolutely. I'm just worried. Would it have helped in our case if I had brought the mayor about it? I don't know this lady. Never saw her in my life. They're just so
Did you hear her? She said it would help her case if she brought the mayor about it.
They want to change this. See, this says empty concession points at one like this one ran over, so that's why. So it's going to be right. Well, that's what they want to do. I want to see too. No, there's nothing.
We have to still have the house
Yeah. But then they still get caught on the players that are on the expenditure of effort. Yeah. Yeah.
See everybody.
You have one today? No. I'll just ask him. Oh, it's moved? No problem. Whatever your preference is, because you're working in Granicus. I don't, doesn't matter to me what side I'm on.
Hey, I'm gonna go,
I'm telling you, I don't care. You know what? No, you know what? I do have a preference. I want this side. Thanks, Ida.
Yes. You know what? I don't know whether we're gonna put this out at 49. We also have to move it. Well, okay, I'm gonna go get that now. Thanks. Is there anything else? Do you need something from the office, everyone? Do you need anything from the office?
What's going on, buddy? How are you, man? I'm pretty good. Yeah, we've got everything. Everything's good.
Is these presentations that you normally make?
Yep.
Okay. And is Dan normally down here when you make them?
No, he just sits up there.
Okay, he sits up there.
Yeah.
He doesn't come to the podium. Orlando went through these and he said 64 through 67. I think it's Devin. He said 68 and 69. I think, is land use stuff, and maybe Margot will handle it.
No, those were us.
Oh, so you've got them all.
But I've got all these either resolved or they're obeyed for 2 weeks at the property owner's request.
68 and 69?
67, 68, 69.
Okay, so either resolved or obeyed.
Yes.
So
basically, they've been obeyed, anticipating they're going to be resolved.
Okay.
So those, and then we only have Sunny Place, which is Sunny Place is going.
Okay, so Sunny Place is going.
Yes.
What about 66?
Which one is? Long Ridge?
Hartman Street.
That's been stricken. They pay. 66 has been stricken. They paid their. I talked them into just paying it, and it's not going on the agenda. So just these two are going.
Okay, so 64 and 65.
That's it.
And they're kind of straightforward.
Yep.
Is there any law that I need to read, or
nope.
Anyone likely to ask me a question?
Nope.
Okay, then I'll set up there because they're used to seeing a deputy, and as if I knew what
basically
what was going on, and I would admire your presentation.
Okay. Yep, these are pretty straightforward. This one here, they may ask on this one here why we went to a second abatement, because we did an abatement one time. Then we went to a mitigation because they didn't come forward to do anything after we abated the property or cleaned it all up. Then as we got into it, we found asbestos in there, so we just reboarded it, and right now it's just cleaned up and sitting there.
Okay. So we spent 14 grand, but there's still asbestos.
Yes.
Okay.
And we would probably be looking at about another 40 or 50,000 to do the asbestos abatement to demo the building. And at this point, we've got it in a secured state where it's not a public nuisance or a public hazard. And
when I was a little boy, 6, 7, 1957 and 58, we owned a house on Sunny Place.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. It's like big acre lots or something.
Oh, yeah.
Had its own well, had a pool and a cabana. And I really can't say how big the house is, when you're that little, any house seems giant.
Right.
Or something. Circle driveway. It was a great place for a little boy.
It was a good neighborhood.
Yeah.
Back then.
Things changed in 50 years.
That one right there, and just so you know, Councilwoman Williams has a lot of. As a matter of fact, she made a comment in this morning's session about there's a house in her area that we do the abatement, the graffiti abatement on it, and within a couple days it's twice as bad as it was. That's the property.
You listen to this graffiti stuff, and no one will speak the obvious truth. The obvious truth is you need to move it to a felony, like a 1 to 5 felony, non-probationable. But everyone, there's so many constituents scared shitless that maybe their kid will get wrapped up in it. You can't get a legislator to do it. You need to drop the amount down from this ridiculous 5,000 thing to the amount for theft, which is $250, and then there's just some target-rich environments for taggers, like overpasses. And the cops need to find some locations, get some night optics, stake it out, and they need to nail the little bastards, all right? And some judge needs to keep them in jail. They need to be prosecuted, made felons, and made an example of.
See, I like the idea, and I said to somebody back in the 60s and all, you either went to jail or went to the military. Let's get them in the military and let's put them in the army and let's teach them some respect and some. Because if it was my kid, you wouldn't have to worry about it. I'd beat him.
My only problem with that is when you're actually at war and you're depending on the guy on the right of you, the guy on the left of you to keep you alive. I'm not sure I want the guy on the right of me to be forced into the military.
He could be changing oil and tanks.
Yeah, there is that. Thanks, Dad.
All right, buddy.
I'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Okay. How are you? Go ahead. Good. How's the medical? Are you doing good?
No, telling me over my dad. Like I said, as soon as they got an out and having time, why do you leave from there? Oh, really? Yeah. That was keep you overnight. 1:30 is it? But I'll tell you what. Good. Get the first one down, the rest of the thing. Yeah, we went to my guy, but the other thing. Oh, no, I did. I bet you did. Wherever they feel like. It's a terrible. So is mine. He's very not here. It's usually listed in the top 10 on the cards. Or if you quit coming and not doing it, it's just uniform every day, you come to school back in uniform, you go, I mean, so what this is, it's good for being safe in school, that now you're agreeing to all the things, you have contracts and everything, and they're using all the help you need, put smaller class sizes and everything else, but you need to come to school and some of the things that people are trouble in school and trying to feel that. No. I'm talking to you. You can go and she's actually doing a year and a half. So what they do is strictly, you have to have a student program. That's why instead of having to do PE, you may have to take an extra English class. And you may have to change if you're willing to use. So, no, you didn't get kicked out. You do it, you know, like this is good. You kind of want to be in the school a lot. So, it's kind of one of the things that, you know, if you're willing to make the sacrifice and work real hard, they're going to help you with the seed. It's great. No, this is no disciplinary whatsoever. This isn't where you get in trouble and they sit you there. This is kids with the size of tablets and face. Yeah. Don't push it. It's back behind the remaining. And it's a thing that school district can't do. If you decide I made a mistake and I need to make it right, so I need help with the school district. They like to do those things. It's like no nonsense. There'll be no, you know, we're just going to, if you start working, you're wrong. This is not, they run school from 8 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock at night. So if you were up or anything, you can still, yeah, great program. Lots of more people go. Like usually it happens. And like I said, you have to schedule it, and then when you accept, you sign a contract. And so every day there's 3 times a day that you have spending time. So as soon as you come to school, if any help from you, you can go and they're all the classes are now going to come more. So most of the classes are like more advanced type thing, and they're really some time that takes them to take a little over. And now they do the commitments. This is great. Oh, I know I never heard of it. That was down in the back of the room. They're one of the their curriculum is very complex. They really push you out. There's a lot of homework, a lot of stuff to do. So it's an issue next year, so we get this last year also. And it's a program that once you have that credit, you don't have to pay for your student. Once you have the credit for junior year, whatever, you can see that. It's not going to be really good. And I really get my research on it. This is so good that you can't kind of educate and learn. Yeah. So I mean, it's kind of like she made that sign off on that commitment that I will do good. Said once you know the report card, it's involved. For last year, she got that to get Yeah, exactly. And this one is where black, blue, No, he was on that course 2 years ago. Yeah.
I try to hit a place next to the stand in the summer, there's 115 there. There'll be 75 up there.
Going back to the name Ruby Springs. What that was going to be? When I grew up there, I was in the circle. That was in the saloon bar. We used to go out there after church. We spent the whole day out there because it was so far out. Because we were kind of near the edge of town. Boulder Highway, Sand Hill. Sir, did you still bring the coffee read? Okay, because you were on the phone. I just always try to keep you guys in the loop. I'm quite in the air right now. Yeah, for Veteran, Mike Veteran. Here's the 330, the fire chief. We got hit by the car and little blocks of that. I think so. I can forward some video. I'm surprised you didn't get this. Huh? Yes. He got hit. Truck or trucker ran across the road. He had a head on with him. He's been in the hospital for 3 weeks. No, it's hard. They were going for his brother. No call yet. Huh? I'm always nice. I'm always nice. I'm always nice. I did. Yeah. Couldn't believe I got stuck. Yeah, but you gotta admit, that story's so funny and it couldn't be anything but
now everyone's trying to take it back.
I'm going to use you as a role model for the rest of your staff.
I have everything resolved. I have resolved. I actually have the three appeal cases are resolved. They want to come to you.
Okay, I'll come over.
Make it up.
Take off. Put your little 42. So what if you... What's that? You take yours off? Or did you have one? No. Okay. So, that's it? Oh, okay, fine.
You like that? Just for you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go to item number 63. Any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 66 as a public hearing to consider the report of expenses for abatement and abandoned building at 6608 Hartman Street. Staff's asked to strike. Item 67 is dangerous building at 7132 Lakehurst Court. Staff's asked to hold that in advance until our June 6, 2007 meeting. Item number 68 is dangerous building at 2228 Valley Drive. The appellants asked that to be held in advance until our June 6, 2007 meeting. Item 69 is dangerous building at 2232 Valley Drive. The appellant has asked that to be held in advance until our June 6, 2007 meeting. Item number 73 is a variance, 19098, Cry-Fam LP, 1.83 acres at the southwest corner of Tenaya Way and Sky Point Drive. Has been withdrawn by the applicant. I would imagine that's probably without prejudice. Item 79 and 80, 81, and 82 is a rezoning 18208, a variance 18210, special use permit 19129, the site development review 18206, Fletcher Jones Management Group, Inc., 400 South Decatur Boulevard. The staff asked that to be held until our May 16, 2007 meeting. Item number 83 is RQR 2054, Las Vegas Development Company, 5550 West Sahara Avenue. The applicant asked that to be held in advance until our May 16, 2007 meeting. And item number 85 is ROC 18260 CVS Outdoor, Bonanza Road and Grand Central Parkway. The applicant asked that to be held in advance until our June 6, 2007 meeting. Council members, are there any other items that we need to report at this time?
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, on items 79 through 82, item 79 on the on the rezoning, the applicant has requested that that be obeyed till May 16th, and in order to proceed with their mapping, staff would recommend approval of that continuance until May 16th. On the other matters, 80, 81, and 82, it is my understanding that the councilwoman may wish to have those obeyed to the June 6th meeting in order to have time to have another community meeting.
Councilwoman, is that your wish?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then, on items 79 through 82, the rezoning will be heard at May 16th, and the other three items will be heard at June 6th. Are there any other members? Any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, you want to make a motion, we bring all these items forward, take the appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 84 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for mitigation, abatement of vacant or abandoned building, and assess civil penalties located at 5412 Long Ridge Avenue. The property owner is Flordelisa P. Canlis, and this is in Ward 1.
That's 64.
64 is a public hearing, which is now open. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Dennis Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of this is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and attractive nuisance. Do we have video on that?
Yes.
There we go. Okay. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired James Burke, Inc. to remove refuse, waste, trash, debris, litter, and vegetation, landscape, front yard, replace broken windows, install protective coverings required. To date, there have been 16 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property, based on the sale date of August 2005, was $254,900. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $4,000 for work completed by James Burke, Inc., plus a 15% administrative processing fee of $600, re-inspection fees, including late fees, of $285, civil penalties in the amount of $1,950, for a total amount of $6,835, and that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property, constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice of lien of assessment be duly recorded with the county treasurer. In addition, at the council's discretion, the council may impose daily civil penalties from November 3rd, 2006 to February 6, 2007, 95 days in the amount of $47,500.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Folks, is Flordelisa Canlis here, or a representative, the owner of the property? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Could I ask, did you have a recommendation as to the civil fees?
I really don't, Councilwoman. That would be something at your discretion that you would be able to impose, and we would just follow your recommendation and your direction.
Well, then I would move to approve the recommendation you have made, and in addition to that, give 2 weeks of civil fees.
2 weeks.
And that's at...
So at 14 days, you would
14
recommend?
days.
14 days.
$500 a day?
Yes, yes, sir.
$7,000 on
Yes,
top of the $6,835, so it'd be a total of $13,835.
Well, did you ever reach these people and talk with them, and were they aware of the serious problem they were in?
We've made numerous attempts to contact them by certified mail and also phone, and we've really had no response from them as far as trying to take care of their property and get it resolved.
But could they be out of the country or incapacitated somehow? Do you get word that they've received it?
Yes, when we send out the mailings, certified mail, we get a card back that shows that they have accepted and signed for the certified letter, yes.
Then I stay with that motion.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Kempfer, did you need any special attention here?
Yes, Your Honor, if I might, please, if you would.
Do you have someplace else you have to be?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then I'm going to interrupt you, Mr. Smith, and this is, Mr. Kemper rarely makes these kind of requests, so I imagine it's something important. I'll call items 74 through 77. 70, it better not be. 74 is VAR 19447. Be a public hearing, the applicant owner's Cryfam LP request for variance to allow a 4-story hotel where 2 stories are the maximum permitted on 1.83 acres at the southwest corner of Tenaya Way and Sky Point Drive. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission recommended approval. 75 is SUP 19100. Public hearing as well. Same owner, same applicant. Request for a special use permit for a hotel where a waiver to allow a distance separation of 80 feet from a residential use where 330 feet is the minimum required at the southwest corner of Tenaya Way and Sky Point Drive. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. 76 is SDR 19097. It's going to be a public hearing. Same applicant owner request for a site development plan review for a 4-story, 50,478 square foot hotel with a waiver to allow perimeter landscape buffer width of 14 feet for a 3-foot section where 15 feet is the minimum required on 1.83 acres at the southwest corner of Tenaya Way and South Point Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval. The staff recommends denial. And finally, ARC, item 77, ARC 20049, public hearing. The applicant is Nigro Development. The owner is Cryfam LP. Request for approval of a master sign plan and waivers of the Town Center Development Standards Manual for a 65-foot high pylon sign where 24 feet is high is the limit to allow a pylon sign advertising one tenant where multiple tenants is required, and for a 12-foot high monument sign where 8-foot high is the limit for a commercial development, Sky Point Hotel, located on the southwest corner of Tenaya Way and Sky Point Drive. These are all in Ward 6. As to the last one, the staff recommends approval. Yes, Mr. Kemper.
Yes, first of all, Your Honor, thank you very much for the consideration. It
No
not
problem.
only is rarely, this is the first time that I've asked for that, and thank you very much. Let's make this very brief, especially since you've called me forward. Councilman Ross said, I want you to go meet with these neighbors. I want you to see if you can work something out. If you can work something out, fine. And then come back to me when you've had a chance to meet with these folks. We did just that. I want to thank those neighbors very much. Mark Shaparian, Larry Struby, Mr. and Mrs. Miller, and others that participated in this. We accept staff conditions, plus some conditions that were negotiated with the neighbors. I'd like to read those very briefly for the record in case there are some people who might be listening at home.
Please.
The overall height of the building, as
Your Honor?
originally...
Yes.
Mr. Kemper, sorry to interrupt. The Director?
Mayor,
Sorry to
just, if I could read them in the formal format, then we're all
Perfect.
set.
Will that work, Mr.
You don't
Kemper?
have to do it twice.
That'll work fine.
Is that okay, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Those would be on items 75, 6, and 7, so there are no additional conditions necessary on 74.
And 73, Your Honor, was withdrawn without prejudice. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So once staff reads those conditions, with my gratitude to the councilman and to Sheila Lambert, who worked so hard on this as well, we'd respectfully ask your approval of these applications.
On item 74, there's no changes to conditions. The project is still 4 stories. On 75, this is the SUP for the hotel. The conditions that would be added is that there shall be no full service of meals or any alcohol service. Breakfast for guests will be the only food service on site. The pool will close no later than 10 p.m. daily, and the meeting room facility shall be available for use by neighborhood associations at no cost, subject to availability. Those would be the added conditions on the hotel. With regard to item 76, which is the site development plan review, the additional conditions would be construction hours will be limited to 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday only. The structure shall be a dark earth tone in color, subject to administrative approval. Exterior walls shall be repainted or resurfaced at least every 10 years. Security cameras shall be utilized in the front parking lot, and that 4 additional 36-inch box palm trees, at least 10 feet in height, shall be planted and maintained on the south side of the building. With regard to item 77, which is the signage appeal of the Architectural Review Commission decision. Condition number 5 would be changed so that the maximum height of the sign is 60 feet and not 65, and an additional condition added that the monument sign and wall signs shall be backlit only.
And of course, those are agreeable, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and also, although not mentioned, the overall height of the building was reduced from 68 feet to 55 feet, which was a concern of some.
I missed one. That's correct. In the site development plan review, condition number 1 is changed to refer to variance 19447, and condition number 3 changed that the site plan is date stamped 3/1907, the landscape plan 5/2/07, and building elevations date stamp 4/27/07 for a building not to exceed 55 feet in height.
Mr. Kemfer, did that conclude your presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, it did.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. Kemfer? All right, folks, all of these are public hearings, so we'd be happy to hear from anybody. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
And Mr. Kemper, I'm absolutely amazed and grateful that you went out and visited with these neighbors. This directly affects them. I got many phone calls, emails regarding this project and their concern about it. You and your clients have done everything I've asked you to do and mitigated this tremendously with those folks. They like you too, so they're appreciative of what you've done. If that were not the case, we'd see a lot more people here today, and they'd be standing up talking about it. So, to the mayor and council members, I mean, they really went the extra mile to make this happen in accordance with that. And Director, you answered my question about you did get the revised landscape plan dated today's date. You mitigated all the neighborhood's concerns. I think it's a great location and a great product for that, and I told your client that. But there were some challenges he had to address, and he's done that. So I appreciate that. With that, Your Honor, I move to approve agenda item 74, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
And also on agenda item 75, move to follow Planning Commission's recommendations for approval, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote.
As amended.
And as amended.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
And on agenda item 76, likewise follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions, and as amended.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries.
And on agenda item 77, Mr. Kemper, appreciate your client understanding Shark's position on this and following with their recommendations. Move to follow Planning Commission's recommendations also, Your Honor, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote.
As amended.
And as amended.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman, for giving us the opportunity to do that. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to call item 64 again. Mr. Smith, can you join us? Where's Mr. Smith? There we go. Because that's a hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for mitigation abatement of vacant or abandoned building and assess civil penalties located at 5412 Long Ridge Avenue. The property owner is Florida Lisa Canlis. In answer to Councilwoman Tarkanian's question, I knew it was bugging me. There's a letter in the backup from her, which was apparently delivered to the clerk's office on April 26th, which I think addresses maybe one of your concerns. She said she would request postponement for the hearing scheduled on May the 2nd due to her medical condition and medical schedules, and she'd like this to be held on June 6th. So I don't know whether this changes your position at all.
Certainly, if she's not well, then it would change the position. So could we then go back, reconsider?
Yeah, well, okay, so we'll consider that a motion for reconsideration.
Yes,
Let's vote on
I
that,
move
please.
to reconsider.
Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And then could I make the motion to obey this until June
She asked for June the 6th.
6th? Would that be all right with staff?
Absolutely.
Until June 6th, then we'll see what the situation is directly from her.
Good. Okay, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Then we had an item that we had a chance to review from this morning. That's item number 26. I'll call that approval of a memorandum of agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County Fire Department for members of the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue to join the National Urban Search and Rescue Task Force. Ms. Ennis.
Yes, Mayor. The item from this morning, again, we had inadvertently omitted 3 sections. You should now have an amended version of the Memorandum of Understanding. Page 3, items G, H, and I, which protects the rights of our employees if they're deployed under this agreement between the Clark County Fire Department and the Las Vegas Fire Services. And the provision says that we will pay workers' compensation benefits, and it also defines sanctioned training under this agreement.
I called this back because I was advised by the city attorney's office that this is time sensitive, so.
It is, Your Honor. And it's my understanding that from the clerk that you voted to obey this item. What we'll need to do is do a motion for reconsideration.
All right.
And then you'll be able to vote on it after.
Well, again, though, they was going through all these different changes, and I haven't had a chance to see the changes and everything.
I think the only changes were to paragraphs G, H, and I, which I think Ms. Ennis had just explained represented payment of workers' compensation and something else. What was the other?
I move to reconsider item number 26 this morning, Your Honor.
Okay, let's vote. Post.
Looks nice, Bev. You got to push down the button or something, Bev. Voice vote.
All right, let's, motion carries. Right.
Item 26, I won't say anything. I move for its approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
And this never happens again.
Yes, sir.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're up to item 65. Mr. Smith, back to you. This is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for partial mitigation, abatement of vacant or abandoned building, and assess civil penalties located at 804 Sunny Place. The property owners Thomas and Teresa M. Albanese, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Purpose and background of this is the condition of the property was a public hazard and attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired C&W Enterprise to remove refuse, waste, trash, debris, vegetation, and graffiti, paint exterior, repair roof, eaves, and fascia board, conduct asbestos survey, and board property to City of Las Vegas specifications. To date, there have been 24 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property, based on the sale date of November 1985, was $78,200. The recommendation is that the City Council...
Now look at the graffiti on it.
Oh, yes. Approve the report of expenses, the amount of $9,120 for work completed by C&W Enterprises, plus a 15% administrative processing fee of $1,368. Reinspection fees, including late fees, of $256.50. Civil penalties in the amount of $3,800 for a total amount of $14,544.50, and that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property, constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the county treasurer. In addition, at the council's discretion, the council may impose daily civil penalties from January 25th, 2006 to December 7th, 2006 for a total of 312 days in the amount of $156,000 for a grand total of $170,544.50. And a little side note to that, Mayor and Council, this happens to be a property that the councilwoman is very aware of. This was the property she referred to this morning, that every time we do the graffiti abatement, and within a couple of days, we have new graffiti all over the building. And what took place on this property is we had a contractor go out and we were actually going to do a mitigation on it to clean it up and make it appear to be occupied. And when we got into the property, we discovered what we believed to be asbestos, had an independent asbestos survey company come out and do an assessment on the asbestos, and it did in fact come back to be asbestos. And for the safety and the health of the community, at this point we just boarded the building back up, because the expense to the city to mitigate this and to demo the building would probably be somewhere around $100,000 once we did the abatement of the asbestos on the facility and then demoed the facility. So we're kind of at a catch-22 with this one right now. We don't really know whether to move forward with a demo on the building and expend those type of expenses, seeing that we've had no response from the property owner at this point, and put that type of money into a facility that we don't know that we could recoup in a reasonable amount of time.
So our choices are to leave it as is and just as a blight out there, because it's a magnet for the graffiti that the councilwoman was referring to, which was evident on the film, by the way. Or to spend that kind of money and put a lien against the property, and
Correct.
the value of the property doesn't probably justify that.
And that I don't know if the value of the property now at today's market would justify us going in and tearing it down, or do we just look at it as cleaning up the area and getting rid of the nuisance problem?
I don't know. My feeling is, and I'd like to hear from the council, my feeling is that it's a blight, and it causes problems to the neighborhood. So I think even if it costs us a little bit, we have to abate it and then put a lien against it, and hopefully the real estate market will reach a point someday where we'll be able to get our money back.
Because my recommendation, if we did move forward, would be to get the asbestos abated from the property and get a demolition contractor to come in and just demolish the building and take it down to bare dirt, and then we wouldn't have that problem.
Right.
standing
Now,
there
I'm
anymore.
no expert on this by any means. If you could help me, what is the asbestos? Why is asbestos bad to the point that you have to do something special with it?
The EPA has determined that the problem with asbestos is the fibers can get into one's lungs and cause what they call asbestosis, where it causes the hardening of the lungs. So they have determined that when any time asbestos is present, that you need to have a licensed asbestos contractor come in, protect the building and the air that's entering or leaving the building, abate the asbestos out, give a clean air sample showing that there's no remnants of the asbestos left in the facility before one can move forward with the demo process.
I appreciate that.
And that gets, on this particular building, we got bids anywhere from about $32,000 to $50,000 just to remove the asbestos. And it's one of those things that the EPA has mandated that it's monitored very closely because of the health risks.
I see. I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
You remember Steve McQueen?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, supposedly he died because he had worked in the shipyards with asbestos. And there have been several cases of that in the shipyards. It's really a dangerous situation.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Folks, a public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? By any chance, are Thomas and Teresa Albanese here? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. This is Councilwoman Williams.
Yes, Mayor. As Devin said, I am very concerned about this building because it is vacant. It is a nuisance. I think in my position, I would like to send a strong message to absentee landlords that these types of deplorable conditions will not exist or be tolerated in Ward 5. Not only do we have a situation where the property is in a deplorable condition, but now we have an environmental problem. So there's vandalism, and apparently the owners have continually ignored the city staff's letters. Everything has been ignored. And so I think it's a hazard, and I would actually move, I believe, under council, if I might get some from my friend over here, that we go ahead and level this. This is just deplorable. Every day something new pops up at this property. And it is in one of the areas where I want to make sure the entrances into the west side are beautified. and not brought down by properties such as this.
And just for the record, Your Honor and Counsel, I have 5 certified letter signed notices that they have received and have signed for the paperwork that we have sent them on the property, so we do know that they are very, very aware of the problem that exists with the property. And our guidelines on the demolition of a building is a 51% is the ratio we look for. Is the building a 51% lost at this point? And if we can make the 51% determination that the building is less than 50% salvageable, then we, through the building department, we get them to sign off on the demolition of a building, and we have done that assessment on the building, so.
Thank you. Mr. Henry.
Mayor, if I might, Councilwoman, I don't believe that the agenda item would admit to you taking a vote directing that the building be leveled right now, because under the open meeting law, notice is given for a particular purpose that didn't include that. Right. But you could do this in 2 steps, certainly. You could vote on the agenda item before you. I think staff clearly understands what your wish is, and they could bring something back to you on a later agenda.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I just ask, what would we have liability, the city, if we let this stand and children broke in or something and then became ill? Does this put us in a libelous position?
No, I don't believe that it does.
And just for your satisfaction, the process would be we would notify the property owner that our intentions were to take bids and get bids on demolishing the building. We would put a total package together of what the asbestos abatement would cost and what a demolition of the building would cost, send that again to the property owner, let him know that that would be the city's intentions. Then 10 days prior to that actually happening, we would send a 10-day before abatements notice that would say within 10 days, if you do not respond to this or rectify the problem, we will move forward with awarding a bid. At that point, the 10 days have expired and we have not heard anything from the property owner, we would award the bid, move forward, then I would come back before the council and ask for the assessment to be placed on the property.
Okay, so that would be a separate action. Right now, we're talking about the costs expended thus far and the penalties which could be imposed to date, and then the demolition would be a separate matter and brought back to us.
Correct. I think possibly I'm looking at some direction of, would that be the council's wish for me to move forward?
Well, we're not allowed to tell you, according to Mr. Henry, but I'm winking.
Mr. Mayor?
It's a wink. Yes.
So, if I understand, then we could move ahead with item number 65 and follow staff's recommendation on for the costs of partial mitigation, and then come back at another time to discuss the item of demolition.
That's correct.
So that's what I moved. That's my motion.
Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and thank you for that explanation about asbestos.
Thank you so much, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. Item 52 from this morning, R30-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution amending the Lone Mountain Master Plan and design standards, and item 53, R31-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution amending the Lone Mountain West Master Plan and design standards. These are both in Ward 4, and instead of having Ms. Wheeler, who was absent this morning, to help us, I'm going to ask the councilman to help us.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item number 52, I'd move to follow staff recommendation.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 53.
Thank you, Your Honor. On item number 53, move to follow staff recommendation.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And thank you, Ms. Wheeler, for being here so we could do that.
Okay. Item 70 is rescind previous action, EOT 18956. The applicant owner is Wagner Homes, Inc. Request for extension of time of an approved rezoning from U, undeveloped PCD plan community development, general plan designation, to PD plan development on 5 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Farm Road and Jensen Street. This is in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval. And we'll vote on that before we go forward. This is in Ward 6.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow staff's recommendation for rescission.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries, and we'll read number 71, EOT 18956.
Thank you.
The applicant owner is Wagner Homes, Inc. Request for extension of time of an approved rezoning from U, undeveloped PCD Plan Community Development General Plan designation, to PB Development of 5 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Farm Road and Jensen Street in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Armstrong, here representing the applicant. We concur with staff recommendations and respectfully request your approval.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Armstrong? All right, thank you. This is Councilman Ross's call.
Thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item 71, move to follow staff's recommendations for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 72 is DIR 2627. The applicant owner is Myers Family Agreement of Trust. Request to allow the operation of a water feature which totals 42 square feet on an existing single-family residence on .43 acres at 10116 Summit Canyon Drive in Ward 2. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Dwayne Prevost, representing the Myers, and we would like to take staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I noticed that this water feature is in the front entrance to the home. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that this homeowner is the landscaping that's designed with no lawn at all. That's also in the front as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My motion is consistent with staff's recommendation for approval. There's a nice picture of it.
Beautiful home.
Thank you.
Beautiful home. All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think we're up to 78. Is that right, Mr. Bridges? Very good. 78 is re-notification, DIR 2734. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Jocelyn Nixon. The owner is Alta Decatur LLC. Appeal of the Planning and Development Department interpretation of Title 19.16 regarding the discontinuation of a non-conforming tavern use located at 465 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. And the staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn Nixon. I'm the applicant, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have on this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Nixon? Folks, a public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkadian?
Mr. Mayor, the applicant applied for a business license in November 2006. She believed that was all that was necessary, and it was within the 180-day standard. I move for approval.
Very good. Let's vote on that,
If I
please.
may, Mayor, a question.
Yes.
If that approval were to expire on December 16th, '07, then that would allow for the full 1 year if the councilwoman wishes to make that part of your motion.
Yes, I do. I was going to add that at the end, but you did very well. Thank you.
All right, that's all part of the motion. Let's vote.
That's
please.
part of the motion.
Very good. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. 84 is RQR 19512. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Nancy Estagato. Required 1 year review of an approved special use permit for a proposed horse corral or stable for 33 horses on 4.94 acres at 5820 West La Madre Way. This is in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Nancy Estacado. I'm the owner of the Hawaiian Paniela Ranch. I'm here for my 1 year review to answer any questions.
Thank you. Why did you bring this
bodyguard
with you?
He's a great advisor.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Kaufman, nice having you here.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes.
I need to disclose before we vote on this that I live one street away from the Estacados Ranch. I'm affected, not negative nor negative. I'm not affected negatively or positively by this action today, so I will be voting on this matter. I just wanted to disclose that.
Thank you very much. It's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard on this? I guess I could be heard. I have heard nothing but praises about your facility out there. That's just no negative to it at all positive and pluses, which is great.
Thank you.
Because, when we approved this initially, there's a little fear and trepidation because of the number of horses, et cetera, but everything we hear is excellent. So I congratulate you for that. Okay, anyone else like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mrs. Estacado, I'm looking at the 2 protest letters we received, and I want to make mention of Mr. Mooney and Ms. Robbins in regards to their concerns. I think they misread the notification. They're thinking this is going to be another equestrian facility in the neighborhood, and that's just not the case, and I want them to know that. We did receive 2 protest letters, but I think they were confused. You've done a fabulous job out there, both you and your husband and your staff. Incredible.
Thank you.
Looking forward to continuing your efforts out there, and with that, Your Honor, would move to approve agenda item 84.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
And she's a great neighbor.
You are too.
Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, 86 is ROC 20820. The applicant is Keep Memory Alive Foundation, the owner City Parkway 5, Inc. Request for a review of conditions to remove condition number 18 of an approved site development plan review, which stated to grant pedestrian access easements for all sidewalks located outside the public right-of-way adjacent to this site prior to the issuance of any permits, coordinate with the right-of-way section of the Department of Public Works for assistance in the preparation of appropriate documents on 1.9 acres at 22 South Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5. The staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Would anyone like to be heard on this one? All right, that's okay. I guess it's a done deal. All right, public hearing, folks. Anyone like to be heard? Okay, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Williams, please. See, I told you it was a done deal. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Bridges, please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. I don't understand. All right, this is time for citizens' participation, folks. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up here. We'd be happy to hear from you. Does anyone like to be heard? All right, seeing none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you. It is a record, I think, isn't it?